understand that you want to be able to settle down and say, this is where I am, this is where I belong, and this is where I'm going to be in the next 10 years. I can't give you that answer today because I feel like there's still some struggle around you, and all I can be is honest with you. But I feel like you do need to go through this situation with this particular person, so that you not only learn about yourself, but you learn about what you want in a relationship. It's possible that he can be that person, but I also feel like he's got to do some healing, especially if he's been in an abusive relationship for a long time. Okay, so I hope that gives you a little bit
Yeah.
of insight. I'm just saying, be patient. I would work on your health, because for some reason I feel like you need to deal with some health issues. So I'm not a
Okay.
doctor, but
Yeah.
I would address those, because I'm just feeling like you have a little bit of low energy, and it may be just from
Mhm.
exhaustion. So that's
Yeah.
kind of what I'm feeling. So, but
You're
thank you very
absolutely
much
spot on.
for okay. Well, but thank you very much, Catherine, for calling, and good luck to you. Okay,
And thank you for taking the time to chat with me. Blessings
you're
to you
welcome.
too, my friend.
Okay,
Thank you. Okay.
all right, you're welcome. Take care. So before I go to the next caller, I do want to talk a little bit more about mediumship, and we'll probably we'll take Jeanette in just a minute or so, or a couple of minutes. But I wanted to start a little bit uh, uh, my conversations about mediumship, because mediumship, as we said last week, is about sensing a presence beyond your personal space, and we expanded it a little bit beyond the definition that is most widely held. And the reason why we've done that is because we want to be open to more possibilities. Okay. And then what we want to do is we always want to do our psychic test. And the psychic test is, how does this presence make us feel? And what do we see about it? What do we know about it? What do we hear about it? What do we smell or taste about it? Because that's how we evaluate what the type of impression we're getting. And then once we can evaluate it, well, then we evaluate it even further with our other psychic senses, because that will open the door to more evaluation. So these are all good things that we can find about sensing that presence. But the logical question is, why should people be involved with mediumship? And that's an easy answer for me, because mediumship, for the most part, it validates existence beyond the physical, and it exists. It validates the continuity of life. You know, because we believe in the continuity of life. We believe that once our physical body no longer supports our spiritual soul, that our spiritual soul continues to exist. And we believe that it exists into eternity. Some people, and a lot of people, believe that it comes back over and over again, and that we remember each time we have a new incarnation. We pick up a little bit where we left off, even though we may not consciously remember it. Our subconscious does, and so there's some argument there for past life regressions, but it's about validation of the continuity of life, and it's also good when you consider it's a tool for healing grief, because if you have that certainty that you're going to see your loved one again, then it helps deflect some of the sadness that you have over your loss. And that's a good thing. Those things are really valuable. And when a third person, another party who you don't know, validates that about you, then it's a very powerful, and it can be life altering, life changing. So with that, let's go ahead and talk to Jeanette. Let's see what she has to say. And Jeanette. Okay, sorry.
Yes.
So so hi, Jeanette.
Hi.
How are you? You
Hello. I'm doing
okay?
well, thank you.
Good, good. Jeanette, you have children?
You said
You have,
children? Yes, I do. I have
yeah,
one.
You have one. Is this child still at home or they grown?
Yes, he's 8 years old. He's with me. It's
She's
just him
eight.
and I at home.
Okay, all right. Because it seems to me like you are, Jeanette. I want you
Hello.
to know I really feel like you're a good parent, and I feel like you're always trying to put your son in the best position so that he can thrive. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you so much. That is so true. I appreciate that validation.
Okay, because sometimes I feel like you second guess yourself.
Yeah,
Is
and
that
that's
right?
actually one of the reasons I wanted to. Yeah, that's actually one of the questions I had for you today.
Okay, so what's
Is
go ahead and ask the
I'm
question.
trying to help. I'm trying to help him build up his self confidence and self esteem because it seems like no matter what social setting we're in, he tends to get like bullied a little bit. So I'm trying to figure out why he's attracting that. Um, I've been having him do like affirmations in the mirror, meditations, but I'm trying to figure out if there's something that like I'm missing or what's like blocking it, what's causing his self esteem to be where it is. Just some spiritual guidance.
Whoops, did I lose you? Are you there? Oh no. Okay. All right. Well, I'm just going to address that a little bit while we're trying to get her, and then when she comes back, then we'll speak to her some more about it. But a lot of times in group activities, children they like to test each other, and we find that even with adults, it's just about marking time and with others. But Jeanette, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I feel like with your son, I feel like one of the ways to build his self confidence is to have him do some projects on his own. Okay. But even if it's just putting
Okay.
together a puzzle or doing some things that he can feel like, wow, I did this on my own. Okay. This is going to help build his
Okay.
self confidence. And I also feel like he probably needs to be around some like minded children. So find out some of the things that he likes to do and put him with children that like to do the same things he does. And I'll just use puzzles as an example. So if there was a puzzle club, uh, then uh, then he can show the other kids the puzzles he's done, and they can show him his. So their puzzles. Sometimes when we put kids together and just hope that all of them are just going to mesh, it doesn't work. But it just feels like you need to put him around some other kids that are also like-minded. It may not be sports. It may be something else. It may be something that he does that he likes. It could be playing the piano. It could be something else. But it just seems to me that if he's in a like-minded atmosphere and has already done some things on his own to show that, so that he knows he's good at it, then that's gonna give him some
Okay.
confidence. At least that's what's coming to me. So, do you have another question? I hope that's helpful.
That did help. And I actually just put him in karate and he's thriving. He loves martial arts. So thank you.
Ah, okay. So
And
he knows he's good at karate, and he knows that he can break a board, and he doesn't have that as an impediment to his self confidence. And a lot of times, athletics do help build self confidence. But if you're the last kid always chosen, like I was, playing basketball, it's not
uh-huh.
good for your self esteem. but that's
Yeah.
but it's just so that if he can do some things on his own to where he knows he can succeed, then he's going to build his confidence that way because he knows he can do something. And if someone says, "Oh no, you can't," well then he can assure them that yes, he can. So but you're a good mom, and I admire you for trying to figure it out. It shows that your intentions are for him. It's not all about you. Sometimes parents, it's all about them. But you are showing that you're willing to sacrifice and put a lot of yourself into his well being. That's wonderful. That's what parents do. So did you have
I
another
appreciate that.
question?
Yeah, I just want to ask about like my love life. If you know what I can do to like to attract a better quality of men.
Okay. What is your birth sign?
Leo.
Leo. Okay. Well, you're a little bit past due for a relationship. So I feel like you may have your own some self-esteem issues, and because I feel like you're a catch as far as I'm concerned. So I feel like in some ways you need to write down your ideal man, the ideal
Mhm.
type of person you want. In our nation, we pick up. A lot of times in group activities, children they like to test each other, and we find that even with adults, it's just about marking time and with others. But Jeanette, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I feel like with your son, I feel like one of the ways to build his self confidence is to have him do some projects on his own. Okay. But even if it's just putting
Okay.
together a puzzle or doing some things that he can feel like, wow, I did this on my own. Okay. This is going to help build his
Okay.
self confidence. And I also feel like he probably needs to be around some like minded children. So find out some of the things that he likes to do and put him with children that like to do the same things he does. And I'll just use puzzles as an example. So if there was a puzzle club, uh, then uh, then he can show the other kids the puzzles he's done, and they can show him his. So their puzzles. Sometimes when we put kids together and just hope that all of them are just going to mesh, it doesn't work. But it just feels like you need to put him around some other kids that are also like-minded. It may not be sports. It may be something else. It may be something that he does that he likes. It could be playing the piano. It could be something else. But it just seems to me that if he's in a like-minded atmosphere and has already done some things on his own to show that, so that he knows he's good at it, then that's gonna give him some
Okay.
confidence. At least that's what's coming to me. So, do you have another question? I hope that's helpful.
That did help. And I actually just put him in karate, and he's thriving. He loves martial arts. So thank you.
Ah, okay. So
And
he knows he's good at karate, and he knows that he can break a board, and he doesn't have that as an impediment to his self confidence. And a lot of times, athletics do help build self confidence. But if you're the last kid always chosen, like I was, playing basketball, it's not good
uh-huh.
for your self esteem. but that's
Yeah.
but it's just so that if he can do some things on his own to where he knows he can succeed, then he's going to build his confidence that way because he knows he can do something. And if someone says, "Oh no, you can't," well then he can assure them that yes he can. But you're a good mom, and I admire you for trying to figure it out. It shows that your intentions are for him. It's not all about you. Sometimes parents, it's all about them. But you are showing that you're willing to sacrifice and put a lot of yourself into his well being. That's wonderful. That's what parents do. So did you have
I
another
appreciate that.
question?
Yeah, I just want to ask about like my love life. If you know what I can do to like to attract a better quality of men.
Okay. What is your birth sign?
Leo.
Leo. Okay. Well, you're a little bit past due for a relationship. So I feel like you may have your own some self-esteem issues, and because I feel like you're a catch as far as I'm concerned. So I feel like in some ways you need to write down your ideal man, the ideal
Hmm.
type of person you want. And if you, for instance, if you don't mind smoking, fine. But if you don't want a smoker, then people who smoke, nope, I'm not going to go. I'm not going to date a smoker. You may want to
Right.
also find those activities that you're good at, and find those men that are attracted to the same things that you are, and don't settle. It feels like you've settled. It feels like you've made
Yeah.
excuses for some of the men that you've dated in the past. It feels like you have said, "Oh well, he drinks, but he doesn't drink that much." Well, if he drinks and he can't go to work the next day, then he drinks too much, so
That
I
makes
feel
sense
like
because
you do what?
I usually settle with a nice guy who seemingly treats me well in the beginning, but never really like it still never ends up working out. So
Well, that's right. He's got to treat you well, not just in the beginning, but 24/7. Because
right,
it's that's a full time job, and you got to treat him well too. So it's not an
right,
option to treat your partner uh, badly. I mean, you need a partner that is going to also want the very best for you at all times. Now, every once in a while, you have a bad day. People got to be able to get over obstacles. So that's what makes a relationship work as well. But you've got to put that person in a high place of of esteem, and they've got to do that for you as well. So you can't be choosing people that you're going to have to rescue or pull up from the abyss if they don't have a
right,
job, or they're not willing to participate in those things that make you happy. Then they're most likely not the right person for you. A lot of times we get
right,
addicted to people. There's just something about them that we just fall in love with, and we can't get away from them. But when we find that we're addicted to someone that has a lot of bad behavior, then we've got to say to ourselves, listen, what's best for me in the long run, and what's best for them, because you're not right for them either if you're constantly having to rescue them.
right.
So, so I feel like trying to do the best for yourself and putting yourself in a position to where you're both going to be successful. I feel like that's the perception you've got to have, and you're going to have to be patient and wait for the right person, because the right person is worth waiting for. So, so thank you very much. I'm sorry we lost contact, but I'm glad that we got that back. So thank you very much,
Yeah,
and good luck.
I
Okay,
appreciate you. Thank you. Bye.
you're welcome. Okay. So we don't have a lot of time left on our program today, so I want to take a moment to talk a little bit about next week's program. Next week we're going to have a special guest. We're going to have psychic medium Jennifer Farmer, and she has a new book out called A Healing Journey, and it's about grief. And it's just like I was telling you about earlier about mediumship. One of the things that's most valuable about mediumship is that it helps with the grieving process. And a wise medium like Jennifer, in my opinion, is going to recognize a person who's in grief, and they're going to be able to see things and from a perspective that the person who is in grief or in that cycle of grief may not be able to see. So Jennifer is going to tell us a little bit about that next week, and she's going to talk to us about an event that she's going to be holding the following week. So we're looking forward to having her here with us. So with that, I hope that you'll tune in to us to listen to our special program with Jennifer Farmer next week. So with that, I want to thank our sponsor once again, Miracles of Joy. So be sure to use their promo code PS0223 when you're shopping online. You'll get that 25% discount. Tell them you heard us talk about them on the radio. We appreciate that. We'd like to keep them as a sponsor. So so that's very nice. But thanks again for joining us. We're going to be with our special guest next week, but we're going to continue our discussion about mediumship. And I hope that you'll like us on Facebook. Go to my fan page on Facebook and like that page. If you have suggestions on topics that you'd like to hear me talk about, please let me know, because I'll certainly be happy to entertain those, as long as it's a psychic topic, and we'll go from there. But once again, I'd like to thank you for joining us today here on the Psychic Side on the A1R Psychic Radio Network.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hello, friends. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. I am so happy to be back. I'm your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I've been gone for a few weeks, and I'll tell you, I feel like it went by so fast. So I'm excited to be back, but I'll tell you, we went to South Africa and we were there, oh gosh, for 10 days, and it was incredible. And I feel recharged, I feel renewed. It's incredible when you can step away from this regular life and the chaos and the craziness, and all you have is just yourself and nature. And even towards the end of our trip, we had no power, so therefore we had no Wi-Fi. We had no heat. We had no hot water. So it was interesting, but I'll tell you, it really made me very appreciative of what I have, and it made me realize that we, as just people in general, we just need to be more grateful and more not, I think more mindful of how much that we are very fortunate, for sure. So anyhow, but it was actually kind of nice because there was nothing else that the last 2 days that we could do except for just to be one with the giraffes and their rhinos and other crazy animals that we saw. And we experienced some serious rain. And I think we went through every season in 10 days while we were there. So, anyhow, it was incredible. But I have to say, I am glad and I am happy to be back. And I did get a little homesick. Just I think I got to the point where I was missing my kids and my home and my normal, everyday, monotonous schedule. And I'm appreciative of it now, that's for sure, but very much needed. So I am excited to be back to share my renewed and my revived and my recharged energy to everybody. So tonight, after my podcast at 7:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Or I don't know if it's Mountain Daylight Time. I don't know. Anyways, here in the next couple hours, about an hour and a half, it's 6 p.m. my time, give or take a few minutes. I will be again doing a night of free readings on my Stephanie's Tarot reading page. So please go follow and hop on, and you might be able to get a reading there as well. And one of my favorite things is Wednesday nights, where I can take callers from those here that call into A1R or Moonstruck TV, and then continue sharing the love. So, as usual, I'm going to go ahead and pull an affirmation for today. And, I always go with the number that I have been drawn to. And today, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so I have been drawn to the number 15. And so 1 5, 1 5. And without a doubt, every time that I am drawn to these numbers, it is, oh gosh, it's my spirit guides. uh, it's loved ones on the other side. I just trust that whatever I get, that if there's intention for it. So I have no doubt that that number 15 is going to have some very close significance, hopefully with a caller today, and or with the anyone that I'm drawn to tonight on my free reading. So I want to read. Oh goodness, this is beautiful. I think we've read this one before, but I feel like everything uh, happens the way it's supposed to. So today's affirmation for everybody says, "Today I dare to do something differently." So if you have never called into a radio station to get a psychic mediumship reading, there you go. I dare you to do something different and call into A1R or to Moonstruck TV and speak to one of all or one of many amazing and gifted readers. So whether it's that or just, something that steps you out of your comfort zone. So again, today I dare to do something differently. I'll show the beautiful butterfly that these come this affirmation deck. It's so beautiful. Butterflies are always so so peaceful and angelic, and I feel like we always are drawn to butterflies. It seems like very common with our loved ones in the spiritual realm. And what else? Dragonflies, right? Ladybugs, birds, all those feathers. So very common, very common. I feel like that it's what gives us peace and comfort, knowing that our loved ones are with us. So all right. Well, now that we've got that beautiful affirmation out there, I'm going to go ahead and take my first caller tonight. And this is Catherine from New Jersey. Hi, Catherine.
Hi,
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Not too bad. Not too bad. Thank you. How can I help you tonight?
Yeah, I'm trying to see if maybe you could hear from my aunt.
Okay. And your aunt has passed away, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask, as you might have heard me earlier, I was mentioning the number 15 because when I trust my visions or when I start to hear through what's called clairaudient, I'll hear uh, things. It sounds crazy. I say I hear voices, but what it is they are thoughts that I know are not my own. And before I started the show, I kept seeing and hearing that the number 15 was going to have a close significance to somebody here. Did you connect with that with yourself and or your aunt?
Um, well, not really, but my mom's birthday is the 15th of October. That's the only number that I could think of.
Okay. And is this the aunt that is on mom's side?
Yes.
Okay. Beautiful. Okay. So I know that sometimes when our loved ones on the other side start to come through and they know that you're going to be calling in or you're going to have a connection with someone with abilities to be able to communicate with them, they will just bring through numbers or messages just to validate who they're connected with. And because your mom's birthday is the 15th, and this would be mom's sister, is that correct? Or sister-in-law?
Um, it it's not really her sister. It's her mother's sister.
Oh, okay. Okay. Gotcha. Oh, that's what I
So
meant. Mother, sister.
she was
I'm
my
sorry.
great aunt, but I called her my
Okay.
aunt. She was also my godmother.
Ah, gotcha, hon. Okay. I see. Okay. Um, well, I'm gonna just kind of quiet my mind here for a moment. and see if I can't pick up on any messages um, or any signs that we may get from her. So I'm going to be quiet just for a minute here. So don't go anywhere. I'm still here.
Okay.
I'm just, I'm going to just try to focus a moment. Okay. Okay. Um, one thing that one thing that I keep seeing is um, the vision I keep getting. If this is your aunt, the female energy that I'm picking up on keeps mentioning the hair and the loss of hair or the hair needing to be done a certain way at the time of her passing. Do you connect with that with her?
With her hair,
Yes.
she used to have like a certain style that she always used to wear.
Okay. And when she passed, uh, I feel like she's just wanting to thank. I don't know if this was you or somebody did her hair, and I feel like she's just very grateful that they did her good, I guess, if you will, with her hair. So, does that connect with her? Do you understand that?
Um, I'm not really sure who had did her hair, but I know it was the hairstyle that she always wears.
Okay. Okay, so just know I feel like if this is your aunt, which I'll see if I can't get more validation of who I'm starting to connect with, but uh, there is that feeling of wanting to share that message of for being so grateful and thankful for um, how well that she looked, when at her time of passing. Because I feel like she's very I call it very bougie. She's very bougie. She's very well put together, and just absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Um, and she's mentioning the child that was born just recently, or just before her passing. Do you understand that?
Yes, I had my daughter in 2018, and then I had my son in 2020.
Okay, perfect. And they were both born after she had passed. Is that correct?
Yes, my daughter was born before. She actually passed away. My daughter had just turned 4 months in September, and she passed away in September.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. So I feel she's wanting to recognize your son because she keeps showing me the child that was born after her passing. So um,
Yes, that would be my son.
your son. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. Um, one thing I feel that I'm getting from her as well is that uh, she's very adamant that you find some peace and closure with her passing. I feel like you've really been holding on to some, maybe some guilt that, you couldn't be there or you wanted to do more for her. Do you understand that? Why she's showing me that?
Yes.
Okay. And I just hear her saying, please, she's Wait, she's very sassy. She's very sassy because I feel like when she's coming through, she's like telling you, put your big girl panties on, and you just know that
Yes.
there's, yep, and there's nothing you could have done wrong at all. And you know what? She keeps wanting to call you. Do you go by Kathy or Katie?
Not Kathy so much, but like Cat.
Cat. Yep. Okay. So I heard her say like Katie cat or cat cat. So I kept hearing her say Kathy or Kat. So I feel, she says you didn't go by Catherine very often, that you went by the shorter name. Um, and she's showing me an opal or a pearl. I don't know if you have a ring or something of hers that has a pearl or an opal. Do you have anything like that of hers?
No, I have a chain that was hers.
Okay. She's mentioning that there is a pearl or there is an opal that I believe she's wanting you to, that should be yours or should have went to you. I would just say be very mindful of that, and that possibly still coming your way. Okay. Um, uh, okay. I I've got just a couple minutes here and I've got another caller waiting, but I want to tell you one thing that I love about your aunt uh, is that the way she's coming through is that she didn't want to worry anybody. She said she didn't want to be a burden to anyone. And I feel like that she went very peacefully. I don't feel like that there was much pain or discomfort. I do feel like that it was, but I also feel like this, did she pass very quickly? She shows me she was here and then gone very fast.
Yes. Like that
Okay.
night, she actually came down to me, came downstairs because she lived upstairs from me, and we talked that night. And she was perfectly fine. The next morning, she woke up that morning. She was walking around the house, and she said that she was going to go back to sleep because she was tired. And I
Yeah,
got a call from my cousin telling me to come upstairs, and she was gone. It was
she
just
was
like
gone.
so fast that it happened.
Right, right. Yeah, and I'm so sorry, my friend. I know, and I feel like that one of her main, I would say, messages for you is just really wanting you to know that she passed very peacefully and very quickly, that there wasn't anything anyone could have done differently, that this was just her time. Okay.
Okay.
All right, my friend. I know these are so quick, but I'll tell you, you have a beautiful, beautiful guardian angel watching over you. I have no doubt she's with you always. So I
Thank
hope this
you.
gave you a little bit of, you're welcome, hun. I hope it gave you a little bit of comfort, just that little bit that we could get with her. And I wish you all the best and sending you lots of love your way.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Bye-bye, hun.
Bye bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. All right. Hey, we got just a little bit of time here, about 8 minutes. And this is Kylie. Hi, Kylie. This is Stephanie, the mini medium. How are you? Did we? Oh, okay. Okay. No worries. We'll wait for Kylie here to join. And we already got such beautiful connections to the other side. I swear, I feel like some days that when I go on a vacation, I take a break. It's like, okay, it's almost like you forget how to ride a bike, right? So you get back on that bike and kind of a little wobbly, but then all of a sudden you pick up the speed and the balance and it all just starts to flow. So I have no doubt that tonight's going to be amazing. And I don't know if you guys know this, but today is World Caring Day. So celebrate today by caring, sharing the love, doing something that is very caring for others, even if it's as simple as, letting someone get in front of you in traffic. You know? I think one of my biggest pet peeves is when people get so angry that someone cuts them off. I just kind of, I sit back and I say, that person must need to be somewhere a lot faster. And I wish them safety and love and light and protection. And there's no reason to get angry, right? Even at the grocery store, I'll let people, I don't know how it is where you all are at, but we have self checkout everywhere now. So I feel like we ring in our own groceries now. And if I am in line and I see someone that has a few items, I'm always willing to let them go before me. So, I just feel like that's what we need to do. So it's World Caring Day. All right. Well, we've got a little bit of time here, and this caller is Renee. Hi, Renee. This is the mini medium. How are you?
Hi, how are you? I'm good, thank you.
Good, 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 good. I've got just a few minutes here. So, what can I do to help you tonight?
Okay. I'm sorry,
How
I
can I
didn't
help?
hear that.
Oh, you're okay. How can I help you tonight? You have any questions for me?
Um, sure, I would like to get in touch with my son. Do you hear anything about my son?
Okay, sure. And your son is in the spiritual world, correct? Your son has passed?
Okay,
Your son has passed, is that correct?
correct.
Okay. Okay, hon. Um, Let me ask you just really quickly, do you connect with the number 15, 1 5 with your son?
1 5. Not
This
that
will
I
be
can
like,
think of.
okay, that's okay. I often get numbers, and my last caller, it did connect with her aunt that had passed away. I just want to make sure that I wasn't also getting validations of connection with your son. And just keep in mind, 15 can be the 15th of a month, the year 2015, the age of 15. So if your son's been trying to give any kind of messages for me today, if this is him, that's what I would get. Um, Now, I feel like if I'm starting to really connect with your son, if this is the energy I'm starting to get, and I always ask for more validation. Um, I feel that your son is a bit hesitant to step forward, and usually when I feel that way, it's because of how he passed. Do you understand that?
Uh, yes. I'm sorry, we have a really bad connection. I can hardly hear you.
Okay, I'll try. Okay, okay, I'll try to even talk louder. My producer says that it sounds good. I don't know if you want to. I don't know if you have volume on your phone. Turn me up really loud. um, but I do feel that the connection or the feeling I'm getting, if I am starting to feel a little bit of your son, is just some regret or sorrow, and really wanting to take ownership and responsibility for his passing. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, okay. And uh, your son, if this is your son, which I always ask for more validations, how do you connect with? He's showing me the flat brimmed baseball cap, but a flat brimmed. Did he wear flat brim hats?
I'm sorry, was he what?
Did he wear flat brim hats, like baseball hats, but with the flat brim?
He wore baseball hats all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Okay. I just want to make sure that we're channeling your son. So I always ask for signs to make sure that this is him, because he just keeps mentioning all of his hats, all of his baseball hats. Um, and and one in particular I do see also is well, boy, did he was he a fan of football? Because he's showing me. I'm just seeing a horse. So football and horse is going to be like the Colts or the Denver Broncos. But he's showing me a horse, but connected to football. Do you connect with that with
Yeah.
him?
Yeah, he had a dog that was as big as a horse. He had a Great Dane.
Gotcha. Okay. I feel like he's just showing me this big old horse. And what's interesting is that growing up, I had a neighbor that had a Great Dane, and literally that Great Dane's name was Horse. So I feel your son may be
Oh,
kind of in a funny way trying to show me the same connection there. And that's what they'll do on the other side. Um, Now, I've got a couple minutes here for you, Renee, but I want to tell you tonight at 7:30, which is in about an hour, I do free readings on my Stephanie's Tarot reading page. If you're willing to want to hop on in an hour, I would love to continue your free reading if you're interested, because I feel like that today is a very significant day of connection for your son. And I'm not sure why, if it's a
okay.
birthday or an anniversary, um, but his energy is very, very strong. So if you're in an hour here, it's 7:30 Mountain Time on Stephanie's Tarot readings. Let's see if we can't get and continue this reading for you, okay?
Oh, I appreciate that.
Yes, I would be absolutely love to do that for you. You are welcome. Well, I've got about 45 seconds, so hopefully I'll see you here in about an hour, and I'll watch for you to hop on. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
All right, you're welcome. Have a beautiful night. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye. All right, friends. Oh my goodness, that time goes by so fast. So fast. I could probably have an hour show and still not have enough time. So I will see you guys next week on the mini medium. I'll see you then. Have a great week. Bye, guys.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie.
Live from PsychicPaths.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Psychic Path on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. I'm Suzanne Marie, and I'm here to do a few readings. Well, one reading. But we are alive, and I am ready. I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium. So, yeah, welcome to my time here, little time I have, my corner. Thank you so much, A1R Psychic Radio, for allowing me to connect with everyone. So we are starting a whole new month, and I'm excited. I can't wait for tomorrow, June 1st. And I hope that everyone in the month of June, and to remember this always, to be kind and loving to yourself, to give you the space and the time you need to feel your feelings and emotions, and to think and to be clear. We are so busy in this time and age with electronics and devices and everything coming at us that sometimes we forget that we too need love, and we too need time and space to find ourselves, to ground ourselves. Sometimes it's good to ground yourself, and to ground yourself means to stop being flighty or unaware of your surroundings. What I like to do is I like to put my feet in dirt, but if you Google it, there are many, many ways to ground yourself, and there are even new words for it, like earthing. But I think that that is one way that we can stay connected to our own being and give ourselves the love and attention we need. Alexa in Memphis, Tennessee. Hello.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. How are you? I have an Alexa.
I'm great.
She said hello.
That happens to me all the time.
I'm like, no, I didn't say that.
Yes.
What can I help with tonight?
Are you do mediumship, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'll take that.
Okay. Do you want a general reading, or are you asking for someone in specific? Should I see who shows up?
Right. Yes, ma'am. If you can do that, I would love that.
Okay. So they're kind of piling out. The first gentleman I seen, he has sort of wavy hair and maybe a light beard, and he's older. But I'm not sure if you know him as an ancestor or a relative. I don't know if he resonates with you. And coming into the reading, he kind of let me know that.
Right, that's correct. My fiance did pass away in December, but that's definitely not him.
Okay. So this gentleman that did come through, he is your kind of like your great grandfather or your great grandfather, and I think that he's connected. He is connected to your father's side, and I think what's
that would explain it because I don't know them.
I think that what's resonating is the heartbreak.
Right.
I think that there was heartbreak on that side, and I think with your father also that there was a lot of emotional turmoil in their lives.
Yes. Yes, and he has passed away as well.
Okay. Let me see. So you say that your fiance passed away.
Yes, ma'am, in December.
I feel like he's too heartbroken to come through. I feel
Oh,
like he's still very much sad at passing.
yes.
If you can give me a minute, maybe I can get him to come through. But it feels like
Sure.
there's a lot of processing with that for him as well for you. And
Right.
he's telling me, and I'm not, I don't do this to make logic, but he's saying that um, things tumbled down on him. There was a things just happened, and it feels like things just tumbled down, is what
Yes.
he's telling me.
Yes, that is very true. That's very true. It did.
Um, was he a jokester? Did he have some humor?
He was. Yes.
Because he's saying he doesn't like being a stiff.
Right.
And
Yeah.
like I
Yeah.
said, I don't, I don't,
He is definitely
I
a
don't make
jokester.
logic. Um, but he's very, very sad. And he said that he was looking forward to a life with you, and something about a location. There was a certain location that he was looking forward to.
Yes.
And he does love you. He loves you tremendously. And to feel him breaks my heart. To feel you breaks my
Oh.
heart.
Yes.
But he is waiting for you on the other side. And I know from spirit, and I know from your great grandfather, that you will heal from this. You will not forget this, but you will heal from it. Your heart will mend, and life will go on, and it won't be so sad, and it almost feels destructive. The emotion
Yes.
is just so
Absolutely.
raw,
Right.
on
Yes.
both your parts. So I would say, if you want to speak with your fiance, with a communication, I would wait a couple more months, maybe 6 more months, because he's still
Okay.
processing this too. Um, did you have a walk with him? Because he's showing me walking with you,
Yes.
and it looks like
Mhm.
they were big stones, and I feel like it was evening or morning, because the sun is either going up or coming down.
It was in the evening. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that is forever etched in his mind, is what he's telling me.
Oh.
That moment is like a moment frozen for him.
Mm.
And I'm so very sorry for your loss. And I'm so sorry
Thank you
that
so much,
that
and
that,
I
that
appreciate this so
happened.
much. It was beautiful.
But you will heal, and you will mend, and this will be an important part of your life experience. But you will heal. I just
Yes.
want you to know that.
Thank you so
Um,
much. I appreciate you.
but I feel like he's so sad about this situation. I mean, he's not sad, in spirit.
Mhm.
She was attacked and she was assaulted, right? Because that's what I'm
Yes.
seeing. I'm seeing an
Yes, she
assault.
was. Yes, very badly.
She does come through, and I feel like when it comes to her life, she's not sad at this moment. What she's telling me is that she took with her everything that was joyous and happy, even the small moments, because she's telling me about outside also, but sun and flowers, and I feel
Yes,
like
yes, that was the last place that we spent together. It was full of flowers and like big rocks and water. It was beautiful.
she loves that. That is exactly what she's bringing to this reading to tell you that for her, she brought that with her. That what had happened with her passing didn't linger on for her. What she's remembering is a lot of joy and a lot of happiness, and I feel like she's got like a ton of energy. She's a very energetic
Yes.
person,
Yes,
and
she
she
was.
still is. She still is.
Yes, she was
And
for
she
sure.
just wants you to know that she's okay. And that's where her mind is the joy and the happiness of life. That's what she holds on
Okay.
to. So thank you
Okay, I'm
so
so
much
sorry to
for.
hear that. Yes,
I am so
absolutely. Thank you
sorry
so
for
much for
your
your time and your energy.
losses.
Thank you so
And
much. That means a lot to me.
I hope that your boyfriend or your fiance can come back and talk with you with clarity at another reading. And thank you so much for calling and letting me share with you tonight.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Evenings with Kimberly, the comedian medium, live from KimberlyWagonMakers.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Evenings with Kimberly on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, this is Kimberly Wagon Makers. First time on this show. A little bit nervous. I like being in my comfort zone and not the world seeing me, but oh well, I got to come out of my comfort zone. So here I am. I'd like to introduce myself. I'd like to slowly let everybody get to know me and how I got to this position. Being a weirdo, being different, being in the woohoo realm. And I have no problem taking callers as well, even though having seconds only to tap into them could be challenging, but hey, you just got to go with it. So yes, this is my first time on AR1 radio. I'm excited. I'm going to get stronger with courage every week. And I am, to give you a little short synopsis, I have been different my whole life. Growing up, I was always called weird, but in a cute way. They all loved me, but they all laughed at me and called me weird. I always was just different. I remember at 4 years old, looking at my hand and looking at the lines in my fingers and wondering, what are you? Where are you from? And as I grew up, so many different things to share. I didn't have the easiest childhood. I had probably one of the roughest in the universe. But stepping into my gift over the last 4 years, I've learned that I believe now I understand why I suffered so much, because it made me I have so much empathy for everyone and their situation, because I've been through just about everything, from being raped, being locked in a room as a child, refrigerators locked, got a lot of stories, witnessing murder, having Hollywood chase you around as a child when you don't want to be chased. You don't want everyone to know you're the weirdo. But I've grown up and I have finally let the world know about me, because a lot of religions had me suppress my gift, and to be accepted and loved, I did that until my own loss in 2019. That's where I came out, and nothing could stop me. I had to do this. And each and every time I represent a client and I know nothing about them, I walk out of my session amazed, truly grateful. And there's no better feeling than helping that person that was suffering so bad. And I can relate to that. Oops. Emotionals. Yeah, some of us gifted ones are really sensitive and it sucks. It's one of the faux pas of it. But I like to call myself, I was certified because I just ended up in a group and it just kept growing and I didn't know what the heck I was doing there. But it was where Spirit wanted me to finally open up, accept, deliver, surrender. And I got certified. as a certified psychic medium I love the most because it's the most evidential. Can't bullshit. It's not cards saying a story, although I use oracle cards and I love them, but not too often. They're more just of a ending of a let me see something, or I'll use my pendulum. But I would say my title is more of a shaman. A shaman, the word comes from Saman, which comes from the Tungus tribe of Siberia. And it's one who sees in the dark, communicates with the three worlds, and heals. Sorry, I'm looking over. I'm running out of time. I've got to. Oops. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I'm multitasking. I'm new at this again, and I have a chat bar and don't know how to look, read, and talk. But yes. Yes. Hi, Alma. I think I have somebody
Yes, hello.
waiting. Hi.
Hello. Hi.
Hi. Babe. Is your name
Hi.
Alma?
Yes,
Hi. How are you tonight?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good. I'm really good. This is an exciting thing for me. I don't know where you're at, what part of the world you're at. For
I'm
me,
in
it's
Washington,
still.
PA.
Go ahead.
Washington, PA.
Pennsylvania. So it's probably dark
Yes,
there.
it's not dark yet.
Oh, I guess I don't know my what is that, geography?
Well, it usually is, but right now with the new time changing it gets dark about 9, a little after 9, 9:20.
Wow, you guys really get it dark late.
Yes,
I like that.
yes,
More sunshine. More
yes.
sunshine. So, hi, Alma. What brings you here tonight? How can I help you?
And maybe is any of my loved ones around?
So, first off, do I have your permission to connect with the other side, Alma?
Yes.
Okay. And so I am sensing a female. I am sensing a female right away. And this is a strong connection. This is either a sister or a sisterly bond. Does that help you in any way?
Um, I'm not sure. Maybe my cousin.
Were you very close with her, like almost like sisters? Is it a very close bond?
I mean, kinda.
Okay, so my nose, when it knows, it knows.
Yeah.
So, sorry, that's my spirit's going through. 38. I'm hearing 38. Would that resonate with something?
She was. She wasn't 38. She might be 38 now. I mean, she could be 38
Okay.
now.
Well, I'm hearing the number 38, and so I'm not sure what that resonates with. It doesn't
Yeah,
have
me
to
neither.
be her passing. It could
Okay.
be a celebration. It could be your age. It's going to be something that you will understand.
Yeah, I'm not sure yet.
Okay, let me try to dig in. I know we have very little time.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm a little nervous, but I'm just feeling this is definitely it's somebody strong close to you. Um, I'm feeling it was a tragic passing. Uh, okay, so I heard a car, but then I was also hearing cancer.
My cousin and my grandma might be there together. My grandma died of cancer, and my cousin died from a car accident.
Okay. So this is, I do get multiple, when I do readings, I get what they call platform, which means multiple spirits come through. And so I was hearing cancer and a car accident, and I was feeling like the car accident was your cousin, but I was like, why am I hearing cancer? So I'm getting goosebumps now. So I do believe they are holding hands together in spirit. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of goosebumps. Let me see if I can, I've got like so many seconds left, but I want to try to get you a message. I just heard the color purple. Does that resonate with anything?
My favorite color.
Okay, because I'm like trying to shoot out stuff for me, and they told me to tell you purple. So
it's my favorite color.
Well, sweetheart, with such little time, I would love to continue this, but I will tell you that they're together, and the passing with your cousin in the car accident, she didn't suffer.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.Wixsite.com/Perry Lyons. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, darlings. Hello, my cherished ducklings. How are you? I'm Perry Lyons. This is Moonstruck. What is this? This is Moonstruck TV and A1R Radio. I'm here for you every Wednesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I'm here to take your calls. You can call in from Australia, New Zealand, Canada, all of the UK. The U.S. I think I'm forgetting someplace. Jupiter. And I'm here to answer your questions psychically. So there are two things before I take my first caller. And I always get I have to say, I get the coolest people calling it. There's one exception in the last 5 years, but aside from her, I just get the greatest people. And I love my work, and and I'm here to help in whatever way I can. So two things before we start. There's something I talk to a lot of clients, and I get a lot of clients who said, well, the psychic said this to me like 8 years ago, and I feel like, so what I'd like you to know is even real psychics, which for better or for worse, I'd like to think I am, because it chose me. I didn't choose it. I was a simple English major. So there are a couple of things that I'd like you to watch out for in psychics. First of all, don't make anybody else responsible for your life. Your life is yours. And there are psychics out there who maybe aren't all the ones on A1R Radio, Moonstruck, are great. They really are. They're the real deal. But if somebody tells you that they have to lift a curse off you, pshaw, I say. And you have to give them money to do that. Don't do it. You don't have a curse on you. You don't. The second thing is, we all have our methods. I spent years learning by trial. I did like $5 readings out of my house for 2 years, just so I could, in exchange for people giving me like $5. It was my training time. In exchange, I asked for them to give me the latitude. Oh, hi, Nicole. I'll be with you in about 3 minutes. To say whatever I got. So even if whatever I was getting was like really strange, if I got like, I'm getting a picture of your great aunt playing the tuba with a bowl of petunias in her head, and the tuba is filled with Chex Mix. I had two years doing $5 readings, so I could say whatever I got without censoring myself. And as it turned out, that particular client did have a great aunt who played the tuba, but without the Chex Mix. What I'm trying to say is, I'm here for entertainment. I love my job and I'm good at it, but you are in charge of your life and your destiny. And the more empowered you are, the better off we all are. So that's all. Having said that, you can trust what I say. Just, live your life according to your lights. If I can give you some insight, that's great. But, the last thing I want to say before I do the psychic weather is, people ask what my process is. I sort of have guides They just showed up. And it's sort of like I play charades with them. They'll kind of show me a picture, or sometimes they'll act something out, and I do my best to interpret it. So, and I'll get pictures, and sometimes I'll hear words. And with mediumship work, there's a great story about how that just happened for me one day, but I'm going to spare you the story right now. Next week, with mediumship work, it's not. It's totally normal for me. The people just sort of show up, and there they are, and I describe them, and we have a little conversation, and it seems pretty normal to me. I guess other people might not see it that way. Anyway, so I'm just going to, Nicole, do me a favor while you're waiting. What I'd like you to do is I'd like you to do this breath, because it really centers you and helps me read you. So I'd like you to breathe in deeply through your nose, drop your shoulders, and then as you breathe out like you're blowing out a birthday candle, like that. Just do that a few times. As I've said before, that stimulates what's called the vagus nerve, not the vagus nerve where you go to Nevada and lose a lot of money, but the vagus nerve, which helps regulate our central nervous system. Okay, having said that, we're going to do the psychic tarot weather, which is a lot like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. I'm going to pick 3 cards, and it's for the next week, starting today. So first part of the week, middle part of the week, last part of the week. These are influences that I'm getting for you. And okay, wow. Looks to me like the first part of the week, you might have a decision in front of you where you feel like you have to choose between 2 things. What this card says is you don't have to make any sudden decisions about anything right now. If you have one job and you suddenly want to quit that job and go find another, what this card says is stay in the job you're in and wait until you sort of land a new job. You don't make any sudden decisions about stuff right now. This can also mean that you might be balancing like 2 lives, in your life. So you might be either sort of commuting far away, but I'm not getting that for this. I'm getting that right now for the beginning of the week, you're going to feel like suddenly you have to make a decision. You don't. It'll wait. I love doing that. What's the next card? The next card is, all right. It's not my favorite card to get, but it's not as bad as it looks. This is the 9 of Swords, and it's a woman who has perhaps foolishly decorated her bedroom with swords on the wall, which I wouldn't recommend. And she's also got a really hideous coverlet. And she looks upset. She might just be thinking, I should have kept the receipt because this coverlet is really ugly and I want to return it. But what it actually means is you might be going through a little anxiety or some sleepless nights. When you get this card, it means, yeah, you are going through a little anxiety and you might be having some sleepless nights. I don't know about you guys, but the last couple of nights, I couldn't sleep and nobody else I talked to could sleep either. So it might just be that. But it also means that the anxiety is going to come to an end. You're going to figure this out. So oddly, what this card is saying is, if you're feeling anxious, it'll pass. Don't give it too much weight. Obviously, have your feelings, but you might be blowing something out of proportion. You're okay. But get the damn swords out of your bedroom. Okay. And the last one, what's the last one? Oh, we love this card. The Wheel of Fortune. This, to me, is a very simple card. If you watch the show regularly, and if you do, thank you, and I love you. I love you anyway. It's unconditional. And that color looks great on you. This card, the Wheel of Fortune, essentially means your luck wasn't so good, and it's about to really change for the better. It's a very straightforward card. I remember I got this card for myself about 12 years ago when I was alone and living in a tiny apartment and was like, this is awful. And I got this card in a spread for myself. And 2 days later, I had met the man of my then dreams and moved into a really cool apartment, got a great job. It's kind of a really great card. So if you've been experiencing what you think of as bad luck, or if you're like, oh, when is this going to end? Things are about to take a turn for the better. It's it's almost a fortune telling card. It is a fortune telling card, but it's a good fortune telling card. So enjoy the end of the week and let me know what happens. Nicole, are you still there?
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Angel. How are you?
Hi.
Hi. So here's
I'm
how
doing good.
I'm really happy you called in. Thank you. And I'm glad you're doing good.
Thank you.
Yay. So I like to connect people through their birthdays. You don't have to tell me the year, but tell me what day and month your birthday is.
February 5th.
Oh, you little Aquarius, you. You guys are so mysterious. I think you're from a different planet, but that's just me. A good planet.
I feel like we are. I feel like I am sometimes. I do feel different.
Yeah, but you know what? That's a good thing. Your originality and your unusual way of thinking, which is very truthful and very insightful and very on target, just so you know, is a lovely thing about you. And my favorite quote this week is from the poet Jean Cocteau, who said, whatever the public criticizes us for, cultivate that. It is yourself. So, how can I help you? Do you have love in your mind, Nicole?
I'm sorry?
Do you have love on your mind? Is this a love question?
No, it's more of a little bit, but it's more of a. I've just been going through a lot lately, and I don't know. I feel kind of lost a little bit.
You know, first of all, I know the feeling. One thing I would like to tell you is I don't know what's going on this past 2 weeks, but you're not alone. Everybody is feeling lost. I call this the caterpillar soup moment. Let me explain this, and then I'll get very specific about you. So bear with me.
Okay.
You know, when the caterpillar walking along, and then it is going to turn into the larva, I forget what you call it, before it becomes a butterfly. When it turns into the cocoon, the entire caterpillar dissolves. So everything that was the caterpillar just dissolves, and it turns into caterpillar soup. And what that caterpillar soup is the nutrients for what's about to be the butterfly. But when we're in what I call a caterpillar soup moment, which is where we feel like our old structures are maybe not working, or we've grown past our limitations, but we just like, now what? It's actually the moment right before we become a butterfly. I mean, not literally, that would be strange and upsetting, but you know, a beautiful winged creature with freedom and gorgeous colors. And I feel that that's what's happening with you now. I feel like you've outgrown a lot of your limitations, and a lot of us think our limitations are our identity. When I stopped being flaky, I didn't know who to be because I thought flaky was my identity. Turns out it wasn't. But I didn't know, like I was so used to being that, I didn't know what to be. Here's what I get about you. You're being asked to kind of step out of your comfort zone a little. And you're also being asked, because you're so empathetic. Nicole, you take care of everybody around you. You really do. Is that true?
Yes.
And I think you've lost sight of what your needs are. And I think you've forgotten that you have a right to your own needs, your own life, your own time, and your own desires. But I think you think you don't know what your desires and what you want and what your dreams are. You do. And what I'd like you to do, and I'll pull a couple of cards for you too. I'd like you to go get like a notebook and a pen. I know, a little crazy, and I'd like you to write down every time something this week, no matter how small or big, every time you enjoy doing something this week, I'd like you to just make a little note of it, because your angels are telling me that you're expanding into a more expressed, more powerful, I'm going to say more successful version of yourself. But there's a little part of you that's scared to do that, because it's sort of like you don't want to offend the people around you by being your fullest self. There's part of you that sort of wants to stay a little small to make other people feel better about their small choices. So, I think in the past you had a really not fun the last 14 months, not fun. But a lot of the friends who walked away, a lot of the things you lost were actually not for you. And it's like when you clean out your closet and you make room for all the new clothes, but they haven't arrived yet. You've been unconsciously making room for a bigger and better life. Is any of this making sense so far?
Yes.
Do you know how wonderful you are? Because you are. And I'm not just saying that. I'm not trying to borrow money or anything. So,
Thank you.
We're not done yet. You're not getting off that easy, sugar. Okay.
Oh, no.
Did you have 2 breakups? This feels like 2 people in your life who you thought were important kind of vamoosed in the last year. Is that the case?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
There's yes.
I'm sorry about that. I'm really sorry. I'm not talking about past. I'm talking about like just kind of let you down. I will tell you that it feels like, first of all, there's some sort of job that you'd be really good at, kind of waiting for you. Have you thought about, like, this is crazy, and just, you can tell me I'm crazy or have me committed or whatever. Are you really good at things to do with beauty?
No, I don't believe so. Anyways, I don't.
Maybe what they're telling me is, what I'm getting is that you're really good with people.
Yes, yes, that I am.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, my guides just corrected me. What you're really good at, and I'm all tearing up now, because that's how I know this is right. What you're really good at is seeing the beauty in people. You see the best in people.
Yes.
That's never going to leave you, and I'm telling you, that's a difficult gift, because people will not always live up to what you see in them.
Yeah.
So, other 2 things I want to say. Start seeing the beauty in yourself, inner and outer. I can't physically see you, but I can see you with my heart. You're lovely, outside and in. Start taking some of the compassion and forgiveness that you extend to other people, and sometimes they don't deserve it, and move that towards yourself. Stop being so nice to people who don't deserve it. Because if somebody lets you down once, okay, stuff happens. Twice, let's think about it. 3 times, go get a different friend. I want people around you who support you, and people like that are coming towards you. The other thing I'd like to say is, you would make a really good counselor or a therapist, or
Yes.
What? Why are you laughing?
Because I've always been told that since I was younger. I listen to people, and it's I always see the good in people, and I let them talk, and I listen, I hear them out, and I like to see all sides of the story, and kind of relate to. I've been through a lot of my life, so I kind of relate to a lot of different people,
Yeah. Well, you're an empath. That word gets thrown around a lot, and usually by people who say, "I'm an empath." Like, well, oh, really? How nice for you. You don't say that, but you are. I think the the thought of like going back to school and becoming a therapist is a little daunting because, like, how do you pay for it and all that stuff? A, I'm not ordering you to do this, but it's something that if you want to explore that, you would make a really good therapist. You'd also make a really good drug and alcohol counselor, not from personal experience, but just because you get people. You would also make a really good kind of life coach. And that is not an expensive certificate to get. I just,
Yeah.
I feel like you're really smart and really insightful. I also feel that the last card I drew for this week, the Wheel of Fortune card, which says like, "Oh, your luck's about to change," kind of, I feel like that's especially for you. Are you moving soon? Or did you just
No.
move?
A couple of months ago, yes.
Okay, cool. I like this new place. Fix it up a little more. You want to paint it all these different colors, and you've been a little scared too. Go crazy, girl. I also feel like, are you in a relationship now? Because I feel like there's something back and forth, on and off.
Yes, I am.
Okay, is it a solid relationship, or is it an on and off relationship?
It's
solid.
It's a relationship where I yes and no, if that makes sense.
It's kind of, is it kind of on and off? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, it's kind of it's off, on and off. Yes.
Okay, here's what I'd like you to think about. I think we've got four minutes. So if it's okay, I'm just going to stay on you because I just really like you.
Thank you. I really need it right now.
Well, you deserve it. The card
Well,
I picked for you
about
relationships is the King of Swords. And when I get the King of Swords, it says to me that this person, it's kind of, they give you kind of conditional love, or maybe they're a little critical, or you feel like you're never quite, don't know where you stand with it.
Yeah.
I'm going to be a little bossy. Get the heck out of there. You deserve better. And there's somebody coming your way who will see you. But it's time for you to stop settling. It's time for you to come out of your comfort zone. I would do one thing a day that scares you. I mean, I don't mean skydiving. I mean, you're welcome to, but just an insane thing to do. So don't do that. But do one thing a day that scares you a bit. Like, and what I mean by that is maybe call a friend and reach out to somebody and talk about yourself for a change. Because, other people talk to you about them. But reach out to your friend and ask for help, or find out about funding for school, or ask your friends to introduce you to a good person. Do you mind? Are you in like a church community? There's some sort of community you're in. What is that?
No, I'm not in a community. It just no, I'm not going to church.
Well, you don't have to go to church. There's some sort of community waiting. Gosh, come on, guys, get specific. We've only got 2 minutes. Hold on, I'm asking my guides what they're talking about. Okay. Oh gosh, is there a group of friends you've had for a long time?
Yes.
Okay. I like most of them. Some of them you're going to outgrow, but that's okay. I think you're going to meet this person I'm seeing coming towards you. I think August-ish, and it's going to be through some sort of community, a church, synagogue, a pagan coven, a class of some. I'm not sure what it is. A volunteer group. I've got 60 seconds. So in the 59 seconds I have, let me sum up, because I feel here's what you need to know. A, you're wonderful. You really are. And start giving to yourself more of what you give to other people. Take some time and space for yourself. Don't be so available to other people. Take a little time. Write down anything, and I'm serious, get that notebook, write down anything you notice you like doing. Or anything, because it's going to point you towards where you're going. And the last thing I want to say is things are about to get a lot better. They just are. I promise, in as much as a human being can promise that. But within the next 2 weeks, you're going to start seeing a real upswing in both how you're feeling about yourself. You're going to have some really nice opportunities that I want you to keep your eye out for, and start saying yes to opportunities, because you can be a little shy. But by this time next year, you're not going to recognize yourself. I mean, you're not having extensive plastic surgery. I don't mean that. You're going to be in a much happier, much more secure place.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soul to Soul with Medium Kelly Kristen. Live from MediumKellyKristen.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul to Soul
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Soul. I am your host, Medium Kelly Kristen, and it is great to be here with you tonight. Happy Hump Day. I hope everybody had a great week. I did. I think last week I told you I was going to visit my mom, and she lives by the beach, and it was amazing. We also talked about how, the different elements, water, air, fire, earth, can possibly feel very grounding for us, right? And I am here to report 150% that water is my grounding. First thing I did when I got there was put my feet in the water and then just kind of close my eyes, and I could feel all the stress and anxiety and drama just flow out through my feet and into the ocean. Felt so good. Kind of worried a tiny bit about the sea animals, but you know what? They're amazing. They're perfect at shielding, and they're awesome. They were okay. So water is definitely my element. And I'm feel so refreshed. So I'm so happy to be here tonight. I also want to share that I'm going to be teaching a class this weekend, and I'm excited to share it with you because it's kind of different. and I hope that a lot of you will join me. You don't have to want to be a psychic medium to join, but I know a lot of you are already on that path, and so I think it'd be perfect for you. It is it is called Psychic Medium Development Using Graffiti Art. So what is that? It's going to be fun, is what it is. Um, it is going to be this Saturday from 11 to 1 PST, because I am in California, and you can sign up on Eventbrite. But before, let me tell you what it is about. So, when you use graffiti is kind of um, is like, marking our name, our territory, using a moniker, right? And what is in a name? A name is who we are, right? Um, I always think it would be neat if our parents waited to name us until after we kind of had our personality, kind of like we do with our animals. But it's okay because we grow into our names, right? So just imagine using your name as a catalyst for finding your soul's purpose. That's kind of what we're going to do for this class. So think about as you write your name, or kind of decorate it, or you give it a lot of power. And then we're going to use kind of like leave an imprint on it. And then we're going to take turns reading for each other using our names and see what our soul has to say. We're going to do some other things too, but that's kind of the gist of the class. And so I hope a lot of you can join me. And for listening tonight, I'm going to give you a discount code. And that discount code is PURPLE23. And again, you can find that on Eventbrite under my name, Medium Kelly Kristen, Kelly with a Y, or Kristen, and Kristen IN, or any of my social media, all of it. My website, everything is Medium Kelly Kristen. So message me if you can't find it. And I really, really hope some of you join me. I love connecting with you. And then one more thing before I get to our caller. A couple weeks ago, I talked about synchronicities, and I've had a synchronicity come up for me this week, and it's about finding your tribe. So I feel inspired to speak a tiny bit on that tonight, and why it's so important. When you find your tribe people, your soul people, you're making that soul to soul connection, and you'll know you find them when you see that person. You're like, there you are. Where have you been? I've been waiting for you. And these are the people that we can tell anything to. They don't judge us, they support us. And I actually coincidentally have two of my tribe soul people on here tonight. And even though I talk to them all the time, they sometimes come on the show, and I can feel their support. I can feel their soul support, and I can feel them holding space for me and sending me good vibes. And I mean, it feels really amazing. So if you don't have someone like that for you already, go out and find them, because they're looking for you. Okay. And now I'm going to stop talking and get to our caller. And it's Sarah, correct? Okay. While we're waiting for Sarah, I'll finish talking a little bit about finding your tribe and why that's important. So, it makes all the difference in the world. And some of us might think that we don't have. Where are we going to find these people? It's again like on a soul level. So sometimes you're looking right at them, even though I know I just said when you look at them you'll feel that connection. But sometimes we look right at them and we just aren't paying attention, right? So um, so be looking out for that. How about if I pull a card? I have like a million decks on my desk. So let me just. Oh, good. Hi, Sarah.
Hi.
Hi. And you know what? I am so sorry, but I didn't quite see where you're from. Can you tell me?
Oh, no, you're fine. I'm from Wilmington, North Carolina.
Oh, how beautiful. Wilmington, North Carolina. So great to meet you tonight. Did you have something in mind? Like what kind of reading you would like?
I guess I was just trying to see if you could maybe connect to some family members that have crossed over.
Okay, I sure can. The thing is, we are like super only like 10 minutes time. So if we get cut off or if I don't finish the reading, please reach out to me afterward. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. And do you have anyone in particular, or you just want me to fill in?
I really want to hear from my grandmother.
Okay. I wish I would have said that because that's exactly who I feel like I have here. I have such a sweet lady. Like, I feel like she comes in and she wants to hold my hand, and I don't feel like I'm nervous, but I feel like she's telling me, it's okay, honey, like that kind of a feeling. So I feel like she would have been this way in life too, very caring. And I feel like you and she would have this very special connection. It almost
Mhm.
feels like now is this your mom's mom?
It is, yes.
Okay, because I feel like almost you and your grandma had some sort of bond that went a different kind of bond than you and your mom had. Right? Not that you weren't close with your mom, but it just feels like you and your grandma are very similar. And so I feel like she enjoyed living almost through you. Would you understand that?
Most definitely.
Okay, because she feels like she's getting to live her life again through you because it feels like you two had a lot of things in common. And I'm getting chills right now. So I feel like that's exactly what she wants me to tell you. And she also wants me to congratulate you for it feels like a big congratulations, but it also feels like something that just happened, um, like a big event. I almost want to say something job-wise, but I'm not sure if that's correct. It also feels like maybe something mom-wise, and I know I'm wishy-washy on this, but it feels like did you, do you work?
I had started a business, but then had stopped it due to health reasons.
Okay, because it feels still like, it feels like it's a promotion. So I'm just gonna leave you with that. So, if you can make sense of that, and also you have children, correct?
Yes. Mhm.
Yeah, because she also wants to feel like she's congratulating you for being a good mom. Um, and there feels like there's something about cookies that she made that do you make?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, because I feel like she's watching you and with you, and she enjoys still doing that with you when you make these cookies. And this is a compliment. Usually I get, when they come in spirit, they'll say, "You don't make them as good as I do." She's telling me you make them better. Is there something, a different ingredient that you added to them or something that you do differently?
I
Or do
just
you?
made them with love. Mhm.
Okay. Oh, that's amazing. Um, And you know what? I normally wouldn't do this, but I feel like they're almost like a snickerdoodle or something. What kind of cookies are they?
I would make all
Okay.
kinds, including the snickerdoodle.
Okay, because I just feel like I'm tasting that. She just wants you to let you know that she is with you and she is helping to support you. I feel like I'm not saying that you're having a difficult time, but I feel like emotionally she's there to support you and that you might feel that. And
Mhm.
she wants me to let you know that she does wrap her arms around you a lot to give you that hug, and you might feel her also in your heart space because that's where she's making me feel it. Like you might feel that, I don't know how to explain it. It's just that comfort and joy in your heart space. Would you understand that?
100%, yes.
Okay, good. Um, and I also feel like she tries to give you other signs as well because I see her now, and I'm not saying she did this in life, but I feel like she's also this big cheerleader for you. And she's
Mhm.
actually seriously wearing like a cheerleading uniform with the pom-poms right now because she just wants you to know that you have her support always. And something about looking up at the stars. When you look up at the stars, know that she's looking back at you. I don't know if you do look at the
Oh, I love
stars, but
that. I
um
do.
you do. So and
Mhm.
also she wants me to mention to teach your children to do the same thing, to look up at the stars and know that their ancestors are looking back at them.
Oh, I
So,
would definitely do that.
um, do you have any questions? I mean, she's so amazing. She's so patient with me. She's just talking so calmly, not too fast. I love her. She feels very warm. I don't know. She's just very beautiful. And we are almost out of time. And I just really want to thank you so much for letting me read for you tonight. It was very, very short. So please reach out to me. I'm happy to continue. And I thank you so much, Sarah. Have a great night. And to the rest of you, I will see you next week. Please stay tuned for my friend Carmel Ann on Socially Guided. And I will see you all next week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soulfully Guided with Carmel Ann. Live from soulfullyguided.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soulfully Guided
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everyone, welcome to another week of Soulfully Guided. I'm your host, Carmel Ann. A huge shout out, as always, for our wonderful network, A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. Once again, I'm becoming more relaxed as the weeks progress. And I had a last minute decision on what I'd do on the show. I had a moment of inspiration 3 minutes leading up to before this show started. So I'd like to start off though, as always, huge supporter of the fellow host and, everything we grow through personally and professionally as a result of being part of the network family. And I want to mention someone who I've never interacted with or spoken with, but is a new show host. So please be sure to watch her show. She sounds amazing and really heartfelt. I believe I just have this wonderful feeling about her. There's a lot of wisdom and love and honesty, real compassion, and the empath in me is really feeling the empath in her. So her name is Kimberly. She's been posted on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV socials. So please do give her a shout out and watch her show, and give her a warm introduction to the network as guest and viewers, as well as us hosts. And so a bit of a hair flick there. So look, I was going to go into a caller today, and I felt a bit courageous, as we all know, for those who listen in every week or every so often, I'm learning more confidence and courage to present to you as my uninhibited and natural self, which, you know, takes a lot of time and courage as we age and become wiser and more comfortable with the skin we're in. So today, I don't know if I've spoken much about it because I never watch podcasts, not even my own. Although I did watch the drug addiction series, which I was kind of blown away. I was really proud of myself. But today I wanted to talk about a couple of things. One of them is that I have won an award. So I have won a performance-based award, and I was recognised by an international organisation that did Australasian awards, and I was nominated because I'd been noticed for having consistently outstanding customer service and being a leader in our industry. And then I went through a rigorous process in the background where a panel of judges actually really scrutinized each nominated or shortlisted applicant. And this is something I never nominated for. I had no idea. I actually discovered I'd been nominated by searching through my junk mail thinking, is this a scam? So as it turns out, I am Australia's most compassionate spiritualist and tarot reader. And that really means a lot to me because I guess no matter what struggle I've had in life, I'm being recognized for putting kindness and sincerity back in the world. And I don't want to toot my own horn, but toot toot. It's really nice to be acknowledged for being a kind and compassionate person and Australia's most kind and compassionate spiritualist and tarot reader. So that actually gave me heaps of confidence, heaps of courage. You know, I don't feel like I have imposter syndrome. I don't really do what I do for an ego base either. But, you know, there are challenges as showing up publicly for doing what you do, even when you started later in life in the industry. And it's really a nice space to finally get some confidence in myself. I present as a really extroverted and confident person, but inside is, you know, a child that used to be quite awkward, shy, introverted, and did I say awkward? So I've changed as I've evolved as I've grown and become an extrovert instead. And part of winning the award has given me the confidence to I've wanted to teach tarot for a couple of years now, but I have people that are starting to pay for courses that haven't even been developed. So I wanted to share with you some tips and tricks on tarot reading because I'll be offering some tarot courses. Obviously, in this short amount of time, I don't know how much I'll be able to get through. But I'm doing some tarot courses. So if anyone is interested in learning tarot from Australia's most, I'm going to do that thing, from Australia's most compassionate spiritualist and tarot reader, please check out my socials or go to my website and the links to everything will be there. That's soulfullyguided.com. And I'll be teaching classes from beginner, intermediate and advanced. They're currently $300 Australian, and each course goes for 8 weeks with a duration of 2-hour classes. You'll have a little mini exam in order to receive your certificate, and a lot of it is working on intuition. And my ideal of these courses are to basically set a platform for you, a really strong foundation to teach you how I do things. Not so you can go and follow the way I do things, but so you can go and develop your own strategy and find your own voice like we do. And next week I'll be talking about spiritual awakening and opening your third eye and the pitfalls and the challenges and the beauty of it. So I always recommend in whatever journey you have, if you have someone like a backbone or it's someone who's been there and done that. So because times are going to get crazy. Times are, you know, you're going to become a new version of yourself, and that's not an easy thing to do. It comes with many challenges, sacrifices, and tears before rainbows start showing. So my courses will basically, the beginner course is going to teach you, going to familiarize yourself with tarot. I believe traditional meanings are important, but the focus will be on your interpretation and intuition. that platform that we talk about, having that traditional backbone and backup. But intuition is the key. You are the magic of these courses. So the first beginner course will familiarize yourself with tarot. The intermediate will get you comfortable to read tarot for yourself, and the advanced will get you comfortable and confident to read tarot for others. I wouldn't recommend to go straight into professional reading. At Soulfully Guided, we are hugely honesty-based and have high standards. So I'm not going to give you empty promises and say, hey, you're going to be a professional tarot reader and can start charging overnight. There is some effort and commitment and persistence involved in professionally reading, and I will then also look into courses to be able to promote professional reading. In a breakdown, and if I've got time, I want to pull one card for all of us just to see what from the Let Go deck. So I want to make time for that. If our producer, who always lets us know how long we've got, so who does a great job and has a great radio voice, by the way. But I'm going to pull a card for everyone. If you can see that, it's from the Let Go Tarot deck, Oracle deck. But when we go into tarot, I'll be teaching the Rider-Waite-Smith tarot deck, and I like to acknowledge Pamela. It's an honor to acknowledge the artistry of the tarot deck, and she's often forgotten in the name and the process of the tarot deck. So there's 78 cards. There's major arcana cards and there's minor arcana cards. So this is a basic breakdown. I look at the major arcana as real life evolving, life-changing breakthrough moments. These are things that are really part of our lives, our big learning lessons. Look, I think they can be avoided if you're not ready to face them. But the lesson of that card in the major arcana will continue to show in your life throughout stages of your life until you are ready to face, tackle, and move on from that challenge or that learning experience. So they're the big aspects of our lives that really they play a huge impact of our life, and ultimately we can put them off, that lesson, but we can't avoid them in this lifetime. The minor arcana cards are our boring, mundane, everyday sort of life things, it makes up all the exciting moments, so it's not that boring, but they're things that, not a huge impact on your life, but a nice reflection and recommendation. You can, when we're looking at the minor arcana, you can take different turns or take different angles. They're not so significant as the major arcana. However, they are part of our everyday lives and have great purpose for really good everyday and, the smaller aspect of a larger part of or area of our life. So they do intertwine, and I do see a cross analysis between them. I call my tarot readings cross analysis and card analysis because of the way I read. I like to look at them analytically, and my courses will promote you to read cards, to develop your own technique, which will work best for you. So, I will always recommend understanding the traditional meanings of the cards, but I don't want you to go and read, memorize 100 or 200 page books. I'll give you the essence of the meanings. And there's after providing the traditional meanings, I then give you a platform to create your own meanings, whether it's one sentence or a couple of words to describe a card. And you also get the opportunity to learn things from a more basic perspective, because what we want, the traditional meanings of the cards are great, and they fulfill a purpose that when we're reading, if we get stuck and we feel our intuition's not working, it's a great kickstart. And I feel that intuition is the most detrimental part of tarot reading. So you can look at things like numerology. I'm holding the 3 of Cups up. You can do things like numerology, colors, the pictures, how the cards face each other, and there's so much intricate details. And it's really important that you work with what works best for you. tarot is a really beautiful skill to have, whether you want to read professionally or for yourself. Excuse me. I would love to have you as a student and explore your tarot journey with you and kickstart that. If you are interested in learning more about the tarot, which I didn't get too deep into explaining because there's just so much, it's incredible. But yeah, head over to my Facebook page or my website and inquire. And we've only got just a little bit of time, so we're going to pull one card for everyone. What is your strongest message about what we have to let go of? You will climb that mountain, and then the next, which will bring great joy. So you will climb that mountain, and then the next, which will bring great joy. What a beautiful card. So keep climbing those mountains, everyone. Don't give up on yourself and your dreams. Thank you. Tune in next week for another week of Softly Guided.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Psychic Side
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, Moonstruck TV, and Enlightening TV. You're visiting the #1 psychic radio network on Earth. How about that? I'm your host, John Capello, and I'm a psychic medium from Texas. And before we get started today, I want to just take a moment to remember D-Day. Today is June 6th. My father was there on a ship. He was unloading supplies for the troops. He was a merchant marine, and he served 2 tours of duty then. May he rest in peace, and thanks to all who served that day and since. So usually before we talk about our content on our program, we talk a little, or I talk a little bit about astrology, but today I want to focus on my guest, and you can probably already see her there. She'll come on in just a moment. But for nearly 16 years, Texas, she's a native Texan. Jennifer Farmer has worked as a professional intuitive medium and spiritual teacher. She has given public demonstrations for her mediumship and taught signature workshops on developing intuition and connecting with the spirit world. She's been featured on Spirit Connections with John Holland, Dr. Pat Pacelli, and many others. In 2008, Bob Olson, editor of the website spirit.com and bestpsychicmediums.com, named her as one of the best psychic mediums. Her book, A Healing Journey, How to Heal Grief and Rebuild Your Life After Loss, has many 5-star reader reviews and has helped many people put the pieces of their life back together after loss. So for more information about Jennifer, just visit her website, www.jenniferfarmer.com. And so we'll bring her in just a minute, but I want to say a little bit about my program last week, because I've kind of started talking about mediumship. And last week I was talking about the value of mediumship. And one of the values of being a medium is to be able to validate the continuity of life. It's a a wonderful thing because we believe in the continuity of life, but once it's validated by talking to a medium or getting a reading from one, it's a very good thing. But the second thing that I mentioned is that mediumship helps the grief process because we get the idea, or we know that we're going to see our loved one again, and that's an important thing because knowing that we have a finite time here on Earth, and that we're going to be seeing those that we lost, those that were so dear to us again, is such an extremely important thing. And lots of mediums write books about grief. I'm one of them, but today we're going to focus on Jennifer's book, A Healing Journey. And so what I want to do is I want to go ahead and bring her in into our program. So hi, Jennifer. How are you today?
Hey, John. Thank you so much for having me on.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So what inspired you to write The Healing Journey and how to heal grief and rebuild your life after loss? What was your inspiration for that?
Well, I've really been working with my clients and students to help them feel more connected to their loved ones in the grief process, no matter what time, whether it's 5 years or 5 minutes. And one of the things I found is a lot of people struggle with kind of getting a continuity of messages for themselves, feeling their loved ones. And some of that I feel from the feedback that I got from my students is they're in that realm of grief. And so it's hard to hear, see, and feel the presence of our loved ones. And so my goal with the book, it was really to help sort of prepare you to have communication with your loved ones. And so that's really the inspiration for the book, to help really make that consistent communication and knowing and trusting more available to everybody.
Yeah, well, very good, because I know a lot of times people say they can't feel that person. They say, what happened? How come they're not communicating with me? And they come in for a reading and they're right there. And I just say, listen, I feel like the reason why you're not feeling them is because you're in grief, and there's kind of a shroud, or there's a little bit of energy that kind of blocks them. So it's good. I'm glad you kind of recognize the same thing with wanting people to kind of connect with their loved ones and know that they're still there. Because I don't know if you're like me, I just feel like people who love us, they want to stay around us, and so they come in when we're doing a reading for them. So, who is the book for, and when is a good time for someone to read it?
Well, the book is for anyone who is ready to begin their healing journey. They're ready to kind of take a next step forward and kind of make some healing changes in their life. I always feel like that making a decision to move and heal from grief and loss is part of the first step. Mm-hmm. And so as far as who it's for is, I'd say anybody 18 years or older, check. Anybody who has gone through a loss or has reoccurring loss or depression as a result of a past loss or experience. Yeah. As far as new people that have lost loved ones, honestly, I think that's up to each person, and depending on the way the loss happened. Some people have anticipatory grief, and in that, meaning the person hasn't passed, maybe they're long-term caregivers, they have a different flow in how grief may appear to them, and they experience them beforehand. So some of the work that we do in the workbook kind of prepares you for whatever stage grief you might be in and experiencing.
Yeah, you make them work, don't you?
Yes, it is an internal job. And I do, and you're 100% right. I don't feel like people are blocked from messages. I feel like what happens is because our body is in shock or denial from the grief, that our ability to, and I call it sort of my porcupine senses, they're not as refined, and they're not as sharp, because you're dealing with heavy emotions. And those can sort of cloud your ability to perceive when a loved one is with you.
And maybe they're just trying a little too hard.
Yeah.
You know, because what happens is we no longer have that physical relationship.
Right.
We have the spiritual relationship, and that spiritual relationship is a little bit different. You have to kind of get used to it. So that's very good that you're giving them that encouragement to keep trying. So what can a reader expect when they are reading the book?
Well, first of all, again, it is a journey, which means you're not going to read one chapter and be completely free of the pain of grief. It is an experience through 5 strategies to help you rebuild your life. And just like a house isn't built overnight. And so we go through this sort of mindset and giving yourself permission, planning for those hard days and what to do about that, beginning to look at new identities on example, like married couples and a widow, her or his identity changes a lot in how they communicate with people. We go through different strategies on how to find a purpose to help sort of get you out of the bed in the morning. And then finally, the last strategy is where I really talk about preparing to get to know the spirit realm, how they work with you, because I believe we need all 5 of those strategies to really make a transformation into a new perspective of living, because we always see the world different with each experience. And my hope is that it gives each reader a little bit of validation, a little bit of relief, some tools, and for people that are structured people, give you some tools and some ideas that you can experiment with. And then, of course, for those that haven't been open to the spirit world before, but have felt their loved ones with them, it gives you a chance to explore that a little bit more so that you can find the comfort that comes from hearing, feeling, and seeing a loved one.
Yeah. I noticed also in the book you have some affirmations.
I do.
You have people that you want people to say, basically, I'm going to get better, you know?
Yeah.
And so kind of creating a positive energy around you to give you hope again, to give you an idea that life continues for you. And, you know, a lot of times when they've been a caregiver for a long time, and then suddenly they don't have that person to care for anymore, there's a certain grief there. You know, what do I do with my life? And so by having your workbook, it kind of get people to kind of make a plan, you know, how to move forward. So I like that about that. So what do you suggest for people who want to connect with their loved ones on the other side? How do you suggest they do that?
Well, first of all, you just have to acknowledge that the possibility is there. I always encourage people just to consider that their communication will feel and look different than like you and I talking right now. It's rare that we have that, you know, that objective hearing like we had verbally. It is nonverbal communication. So first thing I always encourage people is to learn how to get still and quiet so that you can still your body, to open up your antenna, and to also pay attention when you're doing, I call it no-brainer activities like washing the dishes and taking a shower and doing gardening, where you might hear your loved one's voice, meaning their words, or you feel they're present. It's just to acknowledge that, hey, I love you too. I always like there's a 2-way communication there.
So you like for people to kind of get rid of that monkey brain and, you know, where all that clutter is, and just kind of be still and be at peace. And now, do you find that sometimes when people have pictures of their loved ones or just different things that help remind them of a loved one when they are meditating, you feel like that helps a little bit?
I do. There's a couple of ways. You know, I always encourage people to keep their shirts or something that they can sort of wear or hold in their hand, because in the beginning, and I actually like it when it's to use those items when it's further down the path, let's say 5, 6, 7 years, because our needs to hear from them change. And so when we have that item that we can hold, it kind of puts us back into that space of feeling their energy. So it's not that, and I love your idea about the monkey mind, but I think of it like we're tuning in a new antenna, right? And one of the second things I have found to be the most valuable is for people to have a little journal when they feel their loved ones with them, that they write that down for a couple reasons. One is it helps validate that communication is happening. But 5 years down the road, you may be in a different place and wonder if your loved one has forgot about you. And when you go back and you look at that, all the sort of items that you've written down, it puts you back into that space. Your antenna goes up, your receptors come open, and that you can begin to, connect and have that communication again.
Yeah. Well, what do you think about just having kind of a little memorial? You know, a lot of times I find that clients keep their loved ones who have been cremated on the mantle. Some keep them in the bedroom, the closet, but by having a little memorial, what do you think of something like that? Does that help people, or what would you say?
I think each person has to explore what they need, right? Some people, like, I would not use that I wouldn't have ashes on my mantle just because I'm sort of feng shui about that. But having my mother's robe with me and bringing those photos out on those special days, birthdays and anniversaries, I feel like there's a lot of way to memorialize our loved ones. It can be with ashes, and some people love like having them in a charm, right? And so I feel like that's a personal experience for everyone to maybe they have a special day, maybe they do a butterfly release, maybe they have a special song that they play, right? Well, but I do believe rituals are important from a love standpoint. It lets us remember how to express love and keep that connection to the invisible world going. Well,
remembering someone's birthday.
Yes.
Or even today, like today's June 6th, D-Day. My father, he was in the newspaper for what he did. He did. I mean, like I say, he was Merchant Marines. They had an ugly job. I'm not going to talk about it here on the radio.
Yeah, they did.
But they had they did their part. And you need those people that are the unsung heroes. We know about those brave people that fought on the beach, but you want to remember those certain memories that they had, and memories that you may have had that you can dwell on, and so that's another way of kind of connecting with them. At least I just kind of want to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And that, of course, you and I understand the importance of symbols and things like that. Like, I know that when my mom comes by, she comes by in this, I see this car sort of pass around the road that it's not even made anymore. And when I see it, it's so funny. Like, my grandson and my son are coming here this week. And I've been thinking, Mom, guess who's coming to town, right? And, 3 or 4 days later, here comes that car down the road that's not even being made anymore in the exact color. And I'm like, you got the message.
Well, sometimes it's a song, and you get chills down your spine, because that's kind of a connection right there too. Yeah. And so there's different ways that the people in the spirit world communicate with us. And it's like you said, your antenna goes up, and it's quite amazing. And the more that you are the more you recover from grief, your world seems to open up. Wouldn't you say that? And you start to recognize some things?
But I think that I think the hardest thing for grief is feeling like it's okay to open up. I know that, and you did a great reading for me years ago with my dad. It was fabulous. And I just wanted to say he also was a veteran. And what's really amazing about making the decision to say, I'd like to explore if I can feel better or feel differently or have some joy in my life. A lot of people feel like they're being disloyal to their loved ones because they're thinking, well, if I look happy, does that mean when they're looking upon me that I don't love them? And of course, that's in the physical, I call that our physical love, but the spiritual love, that's not, and you know this, that's not the way the spirit world lives. They come from a place of unconditional love and healing, and they want to see us happy. And that's why I feel like giving yourself permission to just consider a new purpose, to take care of yourself, to find one little thing that you can do to open yourself up to a new experience. And a lot of people, I love this in Florida, a lot of people volunteer at like the animal shelters. Why? Because animals are amazing, but it gives you a purpose. It's loving, it's charitable, and you don't have to be in perfect form to volunteer. And so I always, it's one of the chapters in the book about, giving yourself permission to find a purpose in that healing process. Yeah. Uh-oh, John. There you go. You're muted, Mr. John. It's Techieville, USA.
So let's see how that does. Does that help?
That's so much better. Thank you.
Better? Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We've been having some technical issues today.
Yeah. That world.
But we're persevering and getting through them.
Yeah, we are.
So, there's lots of different things you can do to heal. I think you're pointing them out.
Yeah.
And, animals, like we were saying, can give us a new purpose. And because they're like family, especially cats and dogs, and they have such personalities, and they kind of are in tune with us. They kind of know when we don't feel well and cuddle up to us, or they'll give us a little nudge. I know our animals are very much a part of our lives here at our home. But no, you give people a lot of tools in your book to heal, and like you say, it's an individual thing. Wouldn't you say?
Oh yeah. One thing that I forgot to mention is if people decide to purchase the book, one of the key things in it is in the back of the book you can sign up for the book online. You get that as part of it, so you can get the worksheets and guided meditations. And you get access to me. So if you have questions while you're actually going through the book, I'll help you with them. And it's not a robot. It's really me.
Well, very good. That's good. That's good. So where can people purchase the book?
Oh, Amazon.com.
Is that where you published it? Or
I actually published it on my own, and then I put it on Amazon.
You did? Okay. Well, that's great. That's great. Well, we only have a couple of minutes left, and I'd like for you to just tell us a little bit about some of the upcoming online and in-person events that you have this month. And can you share just a little bit about them? And then we're going to have to wrap up the show as it goes so fast. But please tell us what's going on.
It always goes fast when you're having fun, John.
Yeah.
So here we are. I've got two events, one locally here in Grapevine, Texas. It's an evening of messages with the spirit world. I'll share some tips on how to connect and share messages with people live in the audience. I also have an online event this month on the 21st. You can find these events on my website. It's a little bit different. It's more of a workshop. There's more of some dialogue, but again, that's how to connect with your loved ones more. There's a little bit more of a workshop feel because we have a PowerPoint and tools, and we meditate together. So I invite anybody who's been curious about the spirit world to just come to my website or check out I know you get some great books too. And I always found books can be resourceful as we're starting something new.
Okay, well, very good. Well, thank you so much for joining us here today on the psychic side. Be sure, I'm going to tell our audience to join us next week. This weekend, I'm at the Plano Event Center at the Holistic Fair. I'll be speaking Sunday at 1 o'clock. Come by and visit my booth. I want to say thanks to my sponsor, Miracles of Joy. Be sure to use the promo code 0223 on their website and buy a bunch of stuff. So like my Facebook page. I'm waiting for people to like my Facebook page. So with that, we want to say thank you once again to Jennifer, and so long this week from the psychic side. Bye-bye.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I am psychic medium John Capello, and I want to ask you to join me every Tuesday, 4 p.m. Central Time, for my show, The Psychic Side. It is an informative show about developing your personal psychic abilities. I hope you will tune in here on the Ask One Radio, Psychic Radio Network, and Moonstruck TV.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Full Circle Wellness U with Renee Johnson. Live from FullCircleWellnessU.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Full Circle Wellness U
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. How are you tonight? It's good to be back and be seen and be heard. I hope everyone had a beautiful week. I did here in Tennessee, doing all my gardening and all the lovely, wonderful things I've been involved in. Had some great call-ins this week. Had people talking to me, asking me questions about the show. It's really exciting. They love the free readings and the information that all the different readers are giving out. It's really quite a blessing and a gift for all the people that are showing up and serving the community the way that we are. It's quite the collective consciousness is raising the vibration more all the time. I would like to talk about tonight about light. This seems to be the theme of the week. Everyone that I've been talking to, the different astrologers have been bringing up the light and dark. And, it can't be light or dark without the other, right? So we all have light and dark within us. There's a person who told me we must embrace our darkness in order to have our full power. And I disagree with that. I feel that it's so much more for us to embrace our light and to shine our light. So I've been meditating on this for the last 5 days, and I keep getting the children's song, which has been coming to me most of my life. And it's the song, this little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. And it's so important now more than ever for us to send out our light and our radiance and to not hold back at all. You can have a room full of darkness and light just one little candle and light up the room, light up the corners. So darkness cannot exist within the light. And I don't know about you, but I've been around enough darkness in my life to know I embrace the light and light in all its forms. So, how do you shine your light? Do you find yourself in places where you don't feel comfortable, and do you join in those places and just kind of keep your mouth shut and go along with the crowd, or do you speak up and speak your truth? Do you stand up when you're being pushed down and held down? There seems to be a running theme right now on Facebook about if someone's unkind or if someone upsets you, just turn your back on them and walk away. Well, unless it's an abusive situation and you're being hurt in any form or fashion, I mean, physically, of course, here, and mentally, emotionally, spiritually. If it's something, just someone being rude to you or someone, not treating you fair, maybe they're saying things that are ugly, perhaps we should try to just shine our light even brighter. So saying that, in a few seconds here, a few minutes actually, I'm going to go ahead and take us into a chakra meditation. Chakras being the energy centers of the body. And I feel that I'm being guided that we need to all amp up our energy and brighten ourselves and shine our lights brighter. But there's a lot of fear that gets trapped in the solar plexus chakra here in the body. The heart chakra gets shut down, the unconditional love for ourselves and others. The awareness center, for the crown chakra, that also gets shut down and blocked at times. Different other chakras. This brings on mental illness, physical illness, and spiritual disease. I feel that it's very important for me to use the gifts that I've been given. I am an animal communicator. I'm a hypnotist. I'm a Reiki master. I'm an herbalist. I'm an intuitive. I am psychic. I do mediumship. It's not what my specialty, but they come to me as well. And what they keep telling me across the board, when I pray, when I sit in silence, when I was in my hammock today, I just keep getting shown to help people embrace their light. You know, we're beautiful, beautiful spirit light creatures. Our creator, God, created us to shine bright and to hold nothing back. And this notion that we have to live in fear and to, you know, suppress ourselves is nonsense. The dark is deception, it's corruption, it's decay, and we don't have to embrace that. We can choose to step out boldly and step out fiercely and be in that light and shine our light, you know. So when we get started in this meditation, show you some different ways to increase our chakras and then go into a light place where we can, in a moment's notice, you know, when we're feeling suppressed, we can just turn on the light, you know, flip that switch, however you do it, turn the dial. There's so many different symbology ways that we can just raise our vibration in a quick moment, you know, by changing our breathing, changing our thinking. I talk a lot about stinking thinking because that's darkness too. When you're beating yourself up all the time, you just need to remember that you're beautiful. You're a child of God. You're a child of the universe, and you're amazing, just like every star. So saying that, let's just take a breath. That's it. Take a nice breath and exhale fully. Just allow yourself to hear my words. And behind me is a picture of a beautiful dock on a lake. If you choose to focus there, you can look at me, you can find a focal point in your room, or you can close your eyes and come to that place of meditation within yourself, whatever it is for you. But just go ahead now. That's it. Just allow yourself to be present, listening to my voice, understanding that everything's exactly as it should be. That's right. That's perfect. Notice as you listen how your heart rate slows down, your breathing changes. Perhaps you see colors or images, whatever it is, it's perfect for you. That's right. Now close your eyes. Imagine a beautiful white light above you. And just imagine that white light coming down, down to the top of your head. That's right. Allow it to come through the crown, top of your head. And as it comes in through the top of your head, you'll notice this color becomes incredibly purple, royal purple, coming through the crown, bringing awareness. That's right. And as it moves on down this beautiful white light, just allow it to come down into the center of intuition, the third eye chakra. And perhaps it's a deep, deep indigo blue. That's right. And as it moves on down, down your face, down into your throat, opening up that communication center, the chakra for communication, the throat chakra. This is the chakra that allows you to speak your truth with love and light. That's right. So relaxing. And moves on down into your chest, down into that dark green heart chakra. And the heart chakra is where you find unconditional love for yourself, for others, for the planet, the universe at large. And just notice as it expands through your chest, stretching out into your back, releasing tension and tightness. And the light moves on down now, down into your solar plexus, into the yellow. And we want this bright yellow. This is a place where we store insecurities and fears, the solar plexus chakra. Just see it now, bright lemon yellow, the brightest sunshiny yellow you can imagine. And notice as it radiates out across your ribs into your back, moving up and down the light, just releasing any tension, any imbalances. And as the light moves on down, just notice if it starts to stop or seems hung up or held up in any areas. And if you know you have a challenge within your body physically, just go ahead and bring that energy, that warmth, and that light to that space. That's it. And the yellow moves on down. That's it. Down, down into the sacral chakra, the orange, this incredible orange, the most beautiful pumpkin orange you could possibly imagine. That's it. And notice as that orange color, that sunset orange, just spreads out through the reproductive areas of your body, just below your belly button, bringing balance and healing. That's right. And as it moves on down, the light comes on down, that orange becomes incredible red. At the root chakra, the base of your spine, down at your tailbone area. This is a place where we connect to our mothers, people who symbolize and stand in place of our mothers, ourself as mothers, and Mother Earth. This is a grounding, secure place. Allow the light to spread out from there, moving down your legs, down, down into the earth, grounding you, connecting you from above and below. That's right. And just know before you come back from this little mini session that everything is exactly as it should be. You've released and let go of anything that no longer serves you, increased your energy, your intuition, your awareness, your love, your health, your strength. That's it. And just allow yourself to come back into your body, back into your room, wherever you're at. That's it. Might want to tap your feet, rub your legs, rub your fingers together, whatever it is you need to do. And come on back and let's get on with our show. We got a caller tonight that would love to talk to us. So here we go. 1, 2, 3. Back to the room. That's right. Welcome back. That is perfect. So we're going to go ahead and take our caller. And this is Michelle in South Haven, Mississippi. Hello, Michelle. How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm real good. I'm glad to hear from you. How can I help you, Michelle?
I was just wanting to see what do you see for me, I guess, with my love life, relationship.
I feel like you've been waiting for a specific person to come to you. I feel like there's a lot of sadness in your past around
Yes.
this topic. Yeah. I think you've really been let down hard.
Mhm.
Yeah. I see I see roses, which is always a really beautiful symbol for me. It's it's a symbol for me of hope, and it symbolizes a gift for someone who's very precious. Y- It's it's important for you to love yourself as you want to be loved. And
Mhm.
to do that, you're going to have to open yourself up in a way that makes you vulnerable. And it's scary, very scary, but it's so worth it because when you do that and you raise that energy up and you put that out there, you're going to attract the perfect mate for you, the perfect
Okay.
person. You need someone who really listens to you, don't you?
Yes.
Do you feel unheard?
I'm sorry. What did you say?
said, do you often feel unheard, like you're speaking
Oh,
and
yes,
not being heard? Yeah.
yes.
I see, it sounds silly, but I see the monkey, see no evil, hear no evil, and the one with his hands over his ears. It's like when you feel like they're not listening to you, like I'm standing
Yes,
over here talking and people have just got their hands over their ears like they can't hear you.
yes.
You're talking to the wrong people.
Wow.
You have a powerful message and you need to find your people.
Okay.
That makes sense?
That makes sense.
How is it that you feel that you're not being heard?
Um, just like in I guess the last relationship, it was like with him, it was all about him. And I just be feeling like, okay, when is it going to be about me?
Exactly. So, it's important to know your own value and your own worth because, it's like money in the bank. If the bank account's empty, nobody pays much attention to it. But when you're
Mm,
investing in that bank account and that interest is growing, all of a sudden there's a lot of value there, right?
right.
So you take care of you. You take care of you physically, spiritually, emotionally. You dress for you. You make up yourself for yourself. You wear your hair the way you want. You do what you need to do for you, and you'll attract that person that'll respect so much of that about you. Because a good man's going to want you to be a strong woman, independent, and he'll be your partner. He won't be your boss, and he won't be, in front of you. He'll be beside you.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes,
Yes, exactly.
that's right.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
I'm waiting on this job position. Do you see anything with that? I teach, and I'm just ready to get out the classroom, and I want a position where I'm out of the classroom.
Okay,
I
I
don't want
see
to. I
like,
don't want to lose. Okay.
go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I don't want to leave the school system. I just want to be out of the class.
What is it that you're wanting to do?
Um, something like at the board, still dealing with children. Uh, like there's this position. It's called family engagement that I have applied for, or like maybe a counselor position.
Have you presented yourself at your best? Do you feel confident? Do you own the room when you walk in? Because it goes back to this relationship thing again. If you see your value, your worth, your contribution, then you'll be honored that way. And I see like when you said that, I saw like two things. It's really funny. I saw like um, how when you high five someone, like, yay, like the can you see me on the screen? And then I saw
Yeah.
like one door closing, one door opening, and like maybe it's you walking through the door and you're like someone's smacking your hand, like yay, like you're trading places with someone. So is it a position that someone's leaving and they need someone to fill it?
Yeah, because it's showing that it's open, and I applied for it. It closed yesterday, so they're in the process of starting to interview. So my fingers are crossed.
I feel really strongly that you have a great chance at this. It's
Okay.
the key will be how you presented yourself. So if you feel like you were confident in that and you own the room, then you got
Okay.
this. But there's something
Okay.
happening because one door's closing, the other one's opening, you're passing somebody and you're doing that high five thing. So this might be another position, but it's up higher.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, this is
Oh.
up higher.
Okay.
You just stand
Yay.
in that, and you know how
Okay.
I was talking about stinking thinking. Sometimes, we get in our head and we
Yeah.
start beating ourselves up. When you start doing that, imagine yourself, see it, feel it, know it, ask for it and know it,
Okay.
receive it, that this is what I want. This or something better. I always pray that way.
Okay.
God, I want this. This is what I'm praying for, but I'll take something better. If it fits me better, if it feels better
Okay.
for me and everyone around me, that's what I want. And what it does is it opens your vibration up to get something even more powerful, more spiritual,
Ooh,
more in
I
line
like
with what,
it.
'cause sometimes we really don't know what we think we know what we want, but is it
That's
really
true.
for our highest? Right? Right?
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you
Yep.
start thinking about even this relationship thing, imagine that man, see him standing there listening to
Okay.
you and feel it. What does that feel like when you're really heard?
Mm.
I love it. I got a husband that actually listens to me, and it's such a gift
Oh,
because he really hears me. When he doesn't hear me, I'm
right.
like, "Hey, like pay attention over there," and we've been together so long.
Right.
He does, and he does the same thing to me. Are you listening to me, Renee? And it's like, oh, I am
I
now.
love
You
it.
know? But see it and feel it in this position.
Okay.
What's your chair feel like when you got your new position? What's it feel like when you're working with these families and the children? What's it
Yeah.
smell like? You got a candle burning, or what's kind of perfume?
Mm.
Make it real. Make it
I love
so
it.
real.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the
Own it.
best way to
Yes.
manifest. Yeah, own it. Exactly. It's yours. Own it.
Okay.
Whatever you want.
That's my word.
That man, what
Okay.
do you want? Write it down. Write it in Technicolor. Get you some colored markers and write what he needs to be. Respectful, loving, compassionate, aware, fun, loving, gentle, whatever your job. You want respect, you want honor, you want money, you want to raise. We always need more money. So put it all
Right.
in there and then say for this or something better and then release it. And then imagine you've had it for a few years. What's it feel like? What's it feel
Mm.
like to wake up with that person? What's it feel like to, walk into that position, after a couple of years? And how good does it feel? You're comfortable there. And then stay there. Let that be there. Let that be that place of manifestation and watch how fast it comes.
Okay. All right. I love it.
Yeah.
Thank
I'm
you.
glad you
That was
told me.
needed. I
Oh,
am
you're very
too.
welcome. You're very welcome. If I can help you any further, you're welcome to reach out to me privately on Facebook, or you can hit me up on my Gmail, or however you want to. All my contact
Okay.
information's there. I'd love to know. I'd love to know how things are going for you, though. So holler at me sometime.
I sure will. Thank you so
Hey,
much.
Michelle. Yes,
Good night.
absolutely. You take care. Have a beautiful night. Bye bye.
You too. Bye bye.
Well, that was wonderful. That was Michelle from Mississippi. I have a really dear friend in Mississippi. Janet, if you're watching, I miss you. I am so glad that Michelle reached out, and I pray that my words can bring her what she's looking for. It's so important to manifest what we want and stand in our power. And remember, our Creator wants us to be abundant and blessed. We're not supposed to be miserable and sad and suffering, and when we are, we need to take those lessons from it and then raise our vibration and get back to life. We all have our stuff. We all get hurt. We get let down. But if we can take that and turn that around and make that a lesson that helps us grow. And not only that, if someone breaks your heart or you break someone's heart in the past, when you get in that new relationship, you know what not to do. And when we're manifesting, remember to never say, I don't want a man or I don't want a woman like this or like that. You say, I want, I have, I see, I know, this is it. This is true. This is real. This is now. Don't get into that I want, because come on, y'all, that sucks. I want a new car. Well, great. Now you got to want. You don't I don't want to want. I choose to have. So if you really desire those things, then go for them. Just tell the universe, this is how it is. God, this is what I deserve. This is what I desire, and I'm willing to negotiate. I'm willing to be that person and that energy that I'm looking for as well. I'm willing to be that teacher that I always wanted. I'm willing to be that wife always, that I want that mate for, or that husband that I want that mate for. I'm willing to be that mother that I never had, whatever it is. because you got to give it in order to get it, right? And once you feel it, hey, it's amazing, because then you got it and you own it. Like Michelle, she just needs to own it and not feel like she's less than, because she's not. She's beautiful, beautiful child of God. And hey, she's a teacher, so she's stepping out for the children. She deserves the absolute best. And so do you. So do you. You deserve everything that your heart desires. And just remember to stay in the light. Go back to the chakras, remember those colors, and ask yourself, what is it? What is it that I'm feeling? Is this mine? Is this energy I'm feeling? I had a couple days ago, this sadness come over me, and I realized it's the collective. I'm an empath. So, if you're an empath such as me, you're going to feel things that aren't even yours. They're not yours, trust me. And it's okay. Put your hands on your heart and ask yourself, is this mine? What can I do with it if it's mine? And if you can, do something. Pray about it. If it's someone else's, then, step up and shine your light brighter for them. You don't even have to say anything to them. Just imagine radiating all this beautiful light and all this beautiful energy. And then you can just walk away and feel good about it, instead of being angry or hurt or, feeling like you've let somebody down. So you guys, this has been a beautiful evening for me. I'm glad I got to share this time with you. I'm looking forward to next week. And, holler at me. Hit me up. FC Hypnosis, Full Circle Hypnosis @gmail.com. FC Hypnosis. I'll be in Florida at the end of June, the 1st of July. For all you my peeps in Florida and around that want to meet me personally and have a session one-on-one, I'll be there. Give me a holler and we'll get you scheduled, and, we'll get going here. I've got people wanting to do past life regressions. I got some people want me to talk to their dogs, and I'm really excited about it. I can't wait to get back home to Florida and visit everybody and just have a grand old time. I love you guys. I hope you have a beautiful night. Just remember, you're beautiful, you're awesome, you're incredible, and spread your light. Just keep shining your light out there, and never forget, always remember to keep looking up. This is just a moment in time, and things are shifting all the time. So when you get down, just remember, this is just one time. And hey, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Love y'all. Good night. Y'all have a beautiful, beautiful.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is your friendly esoteric practitioner, Reverend Elliot, coming to you live from the city of New York in the middle of September, where things are starting to cool off. Although we didn't have that bad summer. It was not bad at all here. The press was trying to make it bad. They said 4 people died of heat-related causes. Now, of course, that means that it wasn't heat. But they tried, and it turned out that all the people were really, really old and sick. So what are you going to do? Like I keep telling people, there's a whole industry out there dedicated to scaring us, and that's why we need positive energy, and that's why when I read cards, that's positive energy. It's all about positive energy, and as I said, it's about the truth the search for truth, wisdom, and light. And by the way, for the perfect cannoli. Don't ever forget that. Don't underestimate the impact in your life of a perfect cannoli. Oh, brother. Did you ever get a soggy cannoli? That's just that's not a euphemism, man. I'm not going into one of those ads that you get emailed to you on your or texted on your phone. A soggy cannoli is a very bad thing, although it does sound like an interesting name for a character. So we're here tonight to look at the positive side of things and find out what's going on in our lives. This is the thing that I get more questions about this than anything else with tarot, which is people who listen to the show. Why don't you get horrible readings for people? Because horrible things happen to people. Well, yeah, horrible things do happen to people, but that doesn't mean that they're going to happen soon or now, or if you know something horrible is coming, and cards can show that, it helps you to prepare for it, which is the reason I say there are no bad readings. You may not get what you want out of a reading. You may not hear what you want to hear. But if you hear, for instance, that you're headed for a period of gross financial troubles and instability at work, it's worth knowing. That's all. It could change in a week or so. Or you having that information, you could do something about it and avoid it entirely. None of this is written in stone. It's not like the movies where somebody looks at a tarot card and says, here's what's going to happen to you, and it happens, and it's invariably, like a planter falls off a ledge and kills him. It's highly dramatized. That isn't what happens. And the reason I get so many good readings for people, I believe, is that people who call for a reading or contact a tarot reader for advice understand that there's a situation in their life that they need help with. Now, that's 90% of the battle right there. And then they want advice, and that if they're willing to take that advice, that's the rest of the battle right there. So you're way ahead of the game if you know that there's a problem. I mean, we've all seen people who are essentially blissfully happy and they don't realize they're walking into a buzzsaw. I had a marriage like that once. You can't tell them anything. But oh man, if I had been reading cards in those days. But as I say in my book, I detail how I discovered all this stuff in Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, the book and CD set that'll show you how to read tarot. I found tarot as although I had been aware of it, of course, I found it as a direct result of a marriage breaking up. I moved out of the apartment and moved into a new one, and there was a sofa, a desk, a Barca lounger, and one book that someone had left in the apartment. And that book was The Pictorial Key to the Tarot, which is informative in the sense that a typhoon will clean things. It's informative, but it's destructive in many ways. It's the most popular book about tarot ever written. It's still in print. It came out about 1910, and it was associated with the Rider-Waite Tarot deck, which is everybody's favorite tarot deck. It's in everyone's collection. It's always the first one people get. I'm not using it to read now, but I have a Rider-Waite deck right there on the desk here. I'm using the Hanson Roberts Tarot, by the way, for those of you who are curious. And the book is just awful. The book is filled with sentences that are paragraphs long, and it hides more than it conveys, which is not good for an informative book. But it got me started. It got me curious. It got me, at least I realized I was reading nonsense and gibberish in many parts of that book. But I do have a chapter on that book in Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, the book and CD set, because I just want to show how poorly it's written. And I don't want you to be dissuaded. I know for a fact that there are many, many, many people who want to learn tarot, and they get that book, and they never give it another look again after trying to read it, because it's indecipherable and it's not you. It's not that you're unintelligent and you can't read the book. The writer was into obscuring things, and he wrote endless sentences. I have one sentence in that from that book in my book, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, and I analyzed that one sentence, and it goes on and on and on. So if you have a passing familiarity with tarot and you want to learn more about it, don't shy away from The Pictorial Key to the Tarot by Arthur Waite. But understand that you're not going to understand it. And it's not a reflection on your intelligence. It's that he didn't want people to understand it. There are outright lies in that book as well. He does this. They used to, in the old days, the occultists would call that a blind, where they were very proud of themselves for putting blinds in books so that they could mislead people who read their books and then really not learn anything. What the hell was that about? Why would you want to do that? Why would you put blinds in a book that purports to teach people things? So this is all by way of saying that something bad happened to me, and that's how I discovered tarot cards, and here I am reading tarot cards for the world. You can do it too. It's not as hard as you think. I've been threatening for a couple of years. All of us got derailed for the last 2 years. Maybe I'll just get back to do this, but I do have a series of books. Well, let's rephrase that. I do have a book that is meant to be the beginning of a series of books called Magic Made Easy. Easy, see, it's cute. And it is, it will show magical things with no blinds in a very simple, direct, and easy to understand way, and get you on the path to doing magical work. The first one I have now is about meditation, and keep that in mind because I'm going to talk about that later. And I did want to do a book on how to, not just how to read tarots, but how tarot cards, but how to function as a tarot reader, because those are two different things. You can learn easily from many books what the meanings of the cards are and how to interpret the cards. And there are loads of books that just have all kinds of complex layouts for the cards, but they won't tell you how to do this as a professional or an amateur. You know, it's fun at parties. I knew a card reader who just dismissed the whole thing as party tricks. But then again, you know, she just didn't want people to take it too seriously. The books that I have had a lot of help with in my career of learning tarot are also listed in my book, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. I have a bibliography in the back. So it's really, contrary to many books, this one is designed to get you going and learning as much as you can about the cards. But I don't know that I've ever really seen a simple, direct guide to how to become a card reader. You know, something like, so you want to be a card reader. You know, it's one of those kind of books. Maybe I'll do that. I certainly don't want to do card reading for dummies, because if you're a dummy, don't bother reading cards for people. Just don't do anything. Just sit there and look at Netflix. But that's by way of saying that I've been meaning to do that, and I started it when all of the pandemic and all that derailing, and it's really been an upheaval in people's lives. So I'm glad we're getting back to normal, and that's the reason I want to talk about the meditation book. Because there's a lot of people in politics, and I'm not blaming the politicians. I never blame politicians for the horrible things they do. I blame the people who elect them, knowing what they're like. You know, when you elect somebody with a long record of doing X, and then he promises to do Y, and you elect that person, and that person does X again, whose fault is it? You know, they lied to you, okay. But why would you take the word of somebody who's already revealed their nature to you? So this is not, what I'm about to say is not about politicians or parties or any of that. We're living in very, very difficult times because there are a lot of people making it very, very difficult. Politicians are making it difficult because they want to retain power. The more they can declare emergencies, we have a little disease that popped up here in New York City recently that is 100% not fatal. It only affected a small percentage of the population, and now it's gone, and they've just declared a state of emergency over it. So you see, when there's a state of emergency, politicians can do all kinds of stuff outside the Constitution, and they relish that. There's another group of people that know that the more frightened you are, the more likely you are to consume their product. And for some reason, we call those people news. I mean, I spent a lot of time working with news people, and I can tell you that that's a problem. They are really, they used to say if it bleeds, it leads, but now it's all about scaring you. So this is where meditation comes in. It's very important, and so few people know how to do it because it's difficult. It isn't easy. The first thing you do when you meditate is you're shutting down your mind. You're trying to shut down the voice in your mind and just shut your mind. Now, do you think the mind likes that? No. It's going to rebel, and those are called breaks. Every time you try to focus and or focus on unfocusing, as oxymoronic as it sounds, but your mind, see, we've been thinking for the bulk of our lives, and I find thinking very overrated. I find it very overrated would be an interesting way to put it, but I've determined that thinking is a problem. This is why I read tarot for people. I don't believe that people can think their way out of a problem they thought themselves into. And now we have people controlling our thoughts by scaring the hell out of us all the time. I talk about this book, Unmasking Fear, a lot. I don't mail it out as often as I'd like to, hint, hint. But go check out Unmasking Fear at mojoacademy.org or Unmasking Fear by Lloyd Kenyon Jones at Amazon.com. You'll find the one that has me, Reverend Elliott, has written 2 forwards to that. And you'll understand why it is to someone's advantage to keep everybody else in a state of fear. Meditation can stop that cold. Meditation can rebuild your life without influence from people who do not have your best interests at heart. And one of the things you can do is cleansing. And that's what my book on the Meditation Made Easy, which is about the middle pillar technique, which is a way of cleansing yourself from negativity. There's also, if you go to magic-works.com, magick-works.com, and click on meditation, you'll see that there are a few CDs there. One of them I highly recommend. It's a chakra cleaning. And now, as long as I brought up the word, don't. And if somebody starts telling you it's chakra or it's chakra, if they argue about that, just forget them. They don't forget it. These are not grounded spiritual people. It's like all, right? We all know what all means, or do we? All can mean the thing that you punch a hole in leather with. All can mean everybody. But to my friends in Arkansas, it's petroleum. Going to get to the all well, going to get some all for the car. Now, that's just regionalism. So don't worry. As long as you know, if I say chakra or chakra or chakra, you know what I'm talking about. These are energy centers in the body. And this is important. This needs to be cleansed. And I'm bringing up meditation, not just to promote a book of mine, because the book is under $10. And if you look at my website, you'll find how to knock 15% off of that too. The reason I'm bringing this up is to help give you the weaponry to counter the people who are trying to pollute your worrying, because especially with the people who call themselves news media, they have people right now worried half to death about. That's not natural. As some very wise person said, that worry is a down payment on a problem you may never have. It's okay to be concerned. It's not really fun to go through life with blithely and blindly. But worry, you don't worry. Just don't do that. You see, problem solved, right? But who doesn't worry? I've done it, still do. And then I do meditation, and I cleanse, and I balance my mind. I don't know how many of you have had an MRI. Those things are noisy. I fell asleep during an MRI a year ago using meditation. And mercifully, the technician, when it was over, wasn't one of these maniacs who dismissed me out of hand. She just looked at me and said, "You know how to do meditation." I said, yeah. I mean, how else am I going to get through all that noise? You lie there for an hour in this machine that makes a racket. Ooh, so, I pictured myself under a big tree. And there were weird birds in that tree making those noises. That's all I did. Next thing you know, I'm asleep, which makes it easier for them, makes it easier for me. I want you to keep meditation in mind because for the last couple of years, you have been put under a great deal of pressure. Now with the economy collapsing, and it is, because as I've said many times, any classically trained economist, which I'm not, but I'm informed about these things, as many other people are, will tell you but this is new. There hasn't been inflation like this for 40 years. The only way to get rid of inflation decisively and finally and keep it at bay is through a recession. And that hurts. The cure is difficult, but it pays off. And so when we hear about the Federal Reserve and other agencies trying to stop the pain and keep the employment numbers high, forget it. They know that they've got to go into recession. They've got to, especially since the inflation is going up and up and up, and we haven't even gotten to heating season. So here in the Northeast, so forget it. A lot of people worrying. My joke of the day was I now get less exercise toting $150 worth of groceries up 3 flights of stairs than I got toting $40 worth of groceries up 3 flights of stairs 6 months ago. See, that's groceries for you. So you can't ignore these things, and you can't say, say to somebody who's deeply worried, stop worrying and watch what happens. First of all, you'll lose a friend, but there's nothing to be worried about. No, see, that kind of stuff doesn't work. If you're worried for a reason. Fear is the root of worry. Fear is the emotion that lets us know that something dangerous is happening to us. You'd be dead without it. I'm the same way with anger. I don't say, don't get angry. Don't be angry. No, anger is the feeling you have that lets you know you've been treated badly. Now, when it's constant, then it's rage, and that's not good for you. So meditation will help you with anger too. And if you're not angry, as they say, right? They used to say, if you're not angry, you're not paying attention, which is nice because that's almost a way of saying if you're not angry, you're just stupid and ignorant. That's a really good thing to say to people. That really helps you win your point across. By the way, you're a blithering idiot. That's what did anybody ever call you that and then smile as if they've proven a point that you would then agree with? And remember, we all do stupid things from time to time. That doesn't mean we're stupid. Okay, that's the verb to be. I am stupid is not the same as I just did something stupid. And there you go. And so I want you to look at my page on meditation at Mojo Academy. That's the other one. At magic-works.com, magic-works.com. Just look at the meditation page. You'll even see a classic meditation from years ago. It used to be available on a bootleg cassette. But I got it now restored and on CD, which involves the Three Stooges. Go figure, right? You can use anything for meditating. And then look at mojoacademy.org for the Magic Made Easy series, which is not yet a series, but it will be. And check out that book. It's like I said, it's $9.95. There's a little bit of sales tax, obviously, these days, but you can get it for 15% off, which will knock out the shipping at least. So do that. It's available through Amazon.com. It's the middle pillar technique in the series of the book. It's in the book series Meditation Made E-Z. And do yourself a favor. It's easy to do because you're going to fail doing meditation at the beginning. We all do. After a while, you'll get the hang of it. Your mind will realize that you're in charge. That's it. I hate separating us from our mind, but that's the way it goes. Because the minute the minute you try to stop using your mind says, wake up. We're going to get to tarot readings in just a moment, but just as an experiment, I did this many, many years ago. I didn't talk. I stopped talking. Fortunately, I wasn't doing the show in those days because that would be pretty dull. And after about 3 days of not talking, now, how did I get away with that? It was during my vacation from work. After 3 days of not talking, I remember being on a bus, across a downtown bus, 2nd Avenue bus here in New York City, going downtown. And it dawned on me that that voice in my head was gone. I didn't even think, hey, the voice is gone, because that would be the voice, you know. You know what I'm talking about, that nonstop chattering thing in our head that we've been having since we became sentient as children. It just stopped. It was gone. I knew, I heard differently. I saw differently. My mind was quiet. And in my case, all it did was it took not talking for 3 days or so. Could have been 4. Who remembers? I was young then. So who knows? So anyway, that's it. Maybe I'll write about that one day, but I don't recommend doing it because it's a weird trip to not talk. But it will do something to you. So check out magic-works.com, the meditation page, magic-works.com, and mojoacademy.org. Look for the Magic Made Easy book, and then there'll be probably more books coming soon in that series. Well, that's it. That's the end of the show. Now it's time to do some readings, now that I've been babbling on. I'm babbling on because I take this very seriously, because there's almost an army of people out there who want to ruin your life for their own benefit. Okay? That's the only way to look at it. They want to keep you in a perpetual state of fear and worry, and then they'll sell you the solution. I'm not selling you the solution. I'm selling you the filter. And I'm doing it pretty damn reasonably. And I want you to do that, to take a look at that. And I'll be happy to get those things right out to you as soon as you order them. We're now going to ring the bell 3 times to declare that from here on in, on the show, we're in sacred space. I rushed it. And pull back the curtain on the magical window for Shannon in Bullhead City, Arizona. Hello, Shannon. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hello. How are you tonight, Shannon?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing well. What can I look at for you tonight?
I'm just kind of lost right now. There's so many things that I lost my daughter a year and a half ago, and I would like to be able to see if she is okay. And I'm not okay. I have been broken since then. I can't.
Well, yep.
I can't. Excuse me.
That has been called, the price of love at times. It's grief, because we remember the people we've lost, and it hurts. It hurts a great deal. And I tell you, one of the things is we don't ever get over it. We just accept it and internalize it, and maybe the happier memories start to take over from the good ones, from the bad ones, from the painful ones, or the painful feelings, because memories can be very good too. But, I mean, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, obviously. I'm going to look at the cards to see if we can get a message. But if you feel that this is interfering with your life, see if you can get some professional help. And I'm not talking about drugging you, because I've known too many people. I mean, I'm not putting down drugs, medically prescribed medications from somebody you trust and knows you. Mm-hmm. But I've known too many people who have had an immediate loss of someone very close to them, and the first thing the doctors will say to them is, "We'll put you on something here and get rid of that feeling of sadness." Because you're not sad because your chemicals are imbalanced. You're sad because you bloody well lost somebody you loved. But you may need a little something to get over the hump, so to speak, because you don't want this to bring your life to a standstill. So let's see what we've got here, okay? Okay. Well, I'm getting cards right now that are literally cards that I always, always, always get with readings like this. I mean, this is you could, and I'm not putting you on, you could go to the archives if you're a masochist and listen to many of my shows, and you will hear these readings have this exact series of cards, and I'm going to read it to you now. The first is the death card. And the death card is the card, one of the few cards I look for that tell me that this is going to be an afterlife reading for obvious reasons. The next card is the Nine of Swords, and that is a card of tremendous sadness. No surprise, right?
No.
The card after that is the Ten of Swords. Now, this is where I get these cards exactly in this sequence almost every time I do a reading, because it's going to culminate with a message. The next is the Ten of Swords. The Ten of Swords is a card that means the worst is over for me. Okay, the message is beginning. There was a rough time near the end.
I'm sorry.
This was your daughter you're talking about, right?
Yes, yes.
Things were very difficult for her near the end, is what I'm seeing. But,
yes, yes.
But what this card means is that that pain is over. That pain is done. The next card is the Temperance card in this deck that almost always shows up. That card means balance is restored. And I'm taking this as a message through me and these cards from the Spirit to you. And that is getting to be easier and easier to do at this time of year as we get closer to the autumn years, when the veil years, months, when the veil is thinner. That it's the message that it says I'm doing all right because my spirit is finding balance.
Okay.
Now, the next card is a difficult one to deal with because it shows a happy family, and you're not happy. But it's but I get that card a lot too. The thing here is it's saying, I know you're hurting. That's the Nine of Swords. But for me, there was great pain, but it's over. That's the Ten of Swords. I'm finding balance in my life again. That's the Temperance card. And I want us all to be happy where we are. And that's the Ten of Cups. You can get online, do an internet search, and find pictures of these cards, and you'll see what I mean. The Ten of Cups is happy. The message is, it's almost... And I mean, it's almost an apology for the pain in a sense, because there's an acknowledgement that you're both feeling pain over this. But I am balanced. My spirit, soul is coming into balance, and I want us to be happy. And that's the Ten of Cups. Okay, so that's the message I've got.
Okay.
Now I will light a white candle tonight to send positive energies to both you and the spirit. Okay.
When you speak of the spirit, is it her or just the spirit of?
No, this is her. I'm looking at. I'm looking at her.
Does that mean she's okay?
Yeah, in fact, I just got the Sun card, which is about healing and health and growth. That's the spirit is saying I'm doing okay because I'm coming back. My life was out of balance, but I'm finding balance in my soul now. That's the message. I get that often.
Okay. Okay.
The Sun card, as soon as you said to me, does that mean she's okay? I got the card of the Sun, which is a card of health and growth and balance.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Be well, and I will send positive energy your way using any techniques I have, okay?
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye now. And let's get this shuffled up. And these are always such heavy things to do. But it's funny that they always come out that way, where the spirit will talk about finding balance and peace. German in Toronto is on next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm good, doing well, sir. It's an honor to share this, time with you.
Well, thank you. I'm glad you could get through. What can I look at for you?
Well, we'd like to know about love and money, those two things
love and money.
They have been People get
arrested
for
that. People get arrested for that.
Yeah, I know, but you know,
Love and money.
work,
Let's
and it's
see what
like
we get.
things don't get to the, I work, but I don't think I can afford things that I want, right?
Well, let's
and
see what
love,
we've got.
It's always avoiding me.
Well, I think that may just change because I'm getting cup cards here. The cards are cups, and cups are about love and romance and emotion. And I'm seriously seeing that you're going to be working at this. That's the Six of Swords. That's a person who gets from where they are to where they want to be through their own effort. I've got the Queen of Cups, the King of Cups, the Knight of Cups. Almost that's 3 out of 4 court cards here, and the Empress, which is a card of fertility, not necessarily in the sense of having children, but making things grow. I'm taking that to mean that you have the ability to make this happen, and you're going to. The Knight of Cups means that something new in terms of romance and emotion is going to come into your life. It'll be a little hectic. It'll be a little unpredictable, but here's another. This is a good card, too. I've got 2 more cards, and they're all cups. This is phenomenal. The cards really like you. There's going to be a relationship coming your way. That's the Knight of Cups. I have no doubt about that, because the knight is on horseback and arrives, but also jumps around a lot. So it can be an up and down thing, but it'll level off, because that's followed by the queen, and that levels off. The queen is the maturing of the process, and the king is the stability. So it looks to me like that's going to be a good relationship. Now, let's give you an indication of where this is going to come from, okay? The Three of Cups is here. That tends to mean traditionally that you're going to meet somebody through people you know. So keep an eye out through somebody, through people that you know, through friends or acquaintances. And then there's the Four of Cups. This is a mysterious card because it shows a person looking at 3 cups and doesn't notice that there's a hand coming out of a cloud nearby offering another cup. And that almost always indicates that there's somebody around you who is interested in you, but has not made that known yet. So keep an eye out for that too, for somebody who, I used to say for somebody whose attitude changes when you walk into the room, but how would you know, right? If you weren't in the room. But when you're around people, look to see if there's somebody else, one person in particular, who is a little interested in getting your attention and lights up a little bit when you speak, that kind of thing.
Yeah, you notice those things, right? Yeah, I know.
I do see that coming. I do see that there's a relationship on the way for you now.
Okay.
And this is someone you're going to meet through people you know. Now, that's the best I can tell you at this point. And it's going to be good. The relationship is going to work out. Let me give you one more indication. It's going to be somebody who just had a bad relationship with someone. Okay?
Okay.
So keep an eye out
now
for
I'm going to be the hero, right?
You bet. Yep.
Yeah.
You sure are.
That will be nice.
Okay. So I think it's coming. Keep an eye out. And it's going to be somebody you meet through friends, somebody who just got out of a bad situation. Nothing horrible, but, just bad enough, right? And
all have been through that, right?
You what?
We all have been through bad relationships, right?
Yes, we all have. We all have. Even people I know who've been together as a couple since like childhood, and it's now like 50 years later. They've had it too. They've had problems too. So, but this will be good for you. I think you're gonna do well, because I see a nice, healthy relationship. Because the point is this. I'm seeing the Knight of Cups, which matures into the Queen of Cups, which stabilizes into the King of Cups. And that tells me that it's going to be a decent, good, solid relationship.
Okay.
So keep an eye out, and remember, it's going to come. This is a person you're going to meet through people you know.
Okay.
Anything else you want to look at?
Yeah, about money, like every investment I have made, is going down, especially with the stock market. And
oh, man, yeah, the stock market.
I got a new job. and those things, and like I always there's always an extra expense, like I can, I can get the things I want,
Well, let me tell you, these are cards that I see frequently too now, especially. I've got the Five of Cups, which indicates money problems. Now, who doesn't have money problems today with rampant inflation, the stock market crashing? I mean, it dropped like 1,300 points the other day. Now, the next is the Two of Coins. Now, it's funny. You asked me about romance, right? And I got all these cards with cups in them. Now you ask me about finances, and I get cards with coins in it, with money. So, yeah, the cards are good here. The Two of Coins is a person who knows how to use money, to juggle money, to get something else going. So you're going to be fine. You're not going to have terrible problems. You'll be okay. And
maybe I will be able to afford the things I want, right?
Well, that's the next card. It's the Nine of Cups. The Nine of Cups is a person who has everything. The Nine of Cups is a nice, smiley, happy guy, putting on a little weight maybe because he's got everything. And there's even a little warning in there that people will be envious of you. So it's funny to start out with the Five of Coins, which is a dreary card about money troubles, and end up with the Nine of Cups, which is about having all kinds of sensuous, good things in life. I believe you're going to be fine.
Okay. Thanks.
And it's because of you. That's the middle card is you, because that's the Two of Coins. That's a person who knows how to juggle and balance money and get money going. So there you go, okay?
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Hang in there. It's going to work out well for you. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards. You're listening to Reverend Elliott's Magical Window with me, Reverend Elliott, which I only say because so many people get my last name wrong. It's it's just one of those names, It's just one of those names that it sounds better backwards. Though I used to have a company that I spelled my last name backwards. I thought that's a dynamic name for a company. Anoramic. I said Anoramic Enterprises. There you go. Unfortunately, we didn't anoramize very much, but we had better luck with the newspaper company. Shuffling up the cards. We're here every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. If you want to get in touch with me because you can't get through or you don't feel like opening up in front of a few million people, all you have to do is drop me a line at my email, asktarot@earthlink.net. Nice old-fashioned Earthlink email there. Ask Tarot. When I had to bring my computer in to be fixed, they were shocked to see that my email was Earthlink. They said, "That's still around?" Ask Tarot, ASKTAROT, one word, at earthlink.net. I'll be happy to pull a few cards for you. And maybe you'll book a reading, because I do all these things for private customers also. You can, it's very inexpensive. Readings start at $10. But I've done enough sales pitchy stuff today. Jody in Salt Lake City is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi there. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you today?
I'm good. Thanks. Thanks for
Great.
taking my call.
Oh, my pleasure. That's what I'm here for. What can I look at for you?
Well, the past year has been especially rough for me, just between medical stuff and a separation and stuff like that. And I'm hoping that maybe things are going to get better. What do you see for me?
Well, yes, they are going to get better. That's what I do see for you. I'm going to shuffle up the cards a little bit more. But the first two cards I pulled out, I've had for previous callers. But they have different. It's funny because it's a little different here. The cards change meanings; they shift around depending upon on what's around them in many ways. But here's what we got. Mm-hmm. The Knight of Cups is here. The Knight of Cups is generally the indication of a relationship coming, because cups are emotions and affairs of the heart, and joy and happiness. And in these short readings, they tend to reflect romance. And the Knight is something new coming into your life. And it can be a little tempestuous because the knight on horseback, it's like the chessboard. It moves from this way and then it moves that way and then it goes here and there. But it doesn't mean it's bad. It's just a little bit of it'll be an exciting time. The 10 of Swords is next, and that's important because I had that earlier. The 10 of Swords means trouble's over. It's an ugly looking card, and a lot of people confuse it with a card meaning death. In fact, in the tarot deck, even the card of death doesn't mean death, and we'll get into that in a moment. Because ultimately, that's all of our future is, boy, this is really putting a damper on the night. Ultimately, we all die. So why would the cards predict it? But if it did, I've only seen it once where it showed that something really close was coming to somebody. And I've been doing this a long time. But movies sensationalize that. But this card doesn't mean death. It means the life has thrown its worst at you and you're still here. It's not over. You're going to get up. The Wheel of Fortune is next. That's a major card. The Wheel of Fortune is the card that says the situation is going to change. The Chariot is the next card. That is a person who will take control of the conflicting forces in her life and guide them to the direction she wants. Now we have the Death card, and that's interesting because the Death card means the ending of one part of your life and the beginning of another part of your life, because there's a sunrise on that card. And that's a very positive card. It's a very good card. In that, especially since you asked me about what's coming for you. And that's followed by the 10 of Coins, which is one of the happiest cards in the deck. And it indicates a happy family and a good level of money, comfort. It's fine. So this is telling me that things have been out of whack, but it's going to get much. It's not just that the troubles are going to be over. It's going to be much better. That's a good sign in itself, the 10 of Swords, that the bad times are over. But the Wheel of Fortune is saying that it's changing. It's going to change from the bad times. The Chariot indicates that you're going to make it change. And then the Death card means you're going to create a new life for yourself, and it's going to pay off really, really well.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. It looks like an exciting time headed for you.
Yes, I sure hope so. I've been hoping.
Well, that's
I'm
what
excited.
I see.
Thank you so much.
But the important thing that I see is that you're going to make it happen. So that's the good part. That's the really good part.
I've been trying. So.
Well,
yeah,
according to these, you'll succeed. Here, let me do this. Let me shuffle them up one more time, and then I want to get a couple more calls. But let's just see what I get with one more card. Yep, beautiful. The Queen of Swords. The swords can mean two things. It can mean conflict, and in this case, this is what I'm going with, because I'm not doing any cards around it. The Queen of Swords indicates a person who is developing a new way of looking at life, because the swords are mental activity. Most of the trouble we get in with fights and arguments, most of the strife we get into is mental anyway. You know, we cause it ourselves or the other people, you know.
Yeah.
But this is that you're going to take control of the way you think, and you're going to start, and here's the Page of Swords. Whoa, beautiful. That's the appearance, absolute appearance of a new way of thinking. Your worldview is changing, it's growing, and you're growing and changing with it. And that's going to be the source of all of this.
And it resonates so much with me. So, yes, that is amazing.
Beautiful. I'm glad I took the moment to take two more cards because your mind is developing.
Yes.
And your mind is growing. And one of the first things that happens when you start developing a new way of thinking is you kind of lose friends because they want to know what happened to you.
Yes.
But some will stick
you
by
go
you.
Crazy.
Yeah. I like to joke about this, but there's somebody I knew back in like the 4th grade who still doesn't. Says, you're not the same as you used to be. So, of course not. I'm an old man now. I was a child then. But, you know. So you're going to be fine.
Well,
I have no doubt about it.
I sure appreciate it so much.
My pleasure. Thanks for calling. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And we're all shuffled up, and we'll get right over immediately now to Donna in Oklahoma. Hello, Donna. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight? You sound exuberant.
I'm doing good.
Beautiful. What can we look at?
I guess maybe the family, just anything to do with my family.
Okay, let's see what we've got. There are cards that indicate family. Let's see if they show up. See what we get. Well, let's see. I'm getting happy cards. Has there been some struggle in the family?
Oh, yes. I lost a daughter 2 years ago, and I've got a new grandbaby on the way now.
Well, I've also got a couple of cards here that indicate like a troublemaker, you know? Is there somebody making problems for you in the family?
Yes, my oldest daughter is actually.
Okay,
That
and
is
it's
wild.
sad because I've got also the Three of Swords, which is a card of sadness and pain. But overall, overall things look good. I mean, it looks like, I mean, you can handle this. The World card is here. That's a good card. That means success. So I don't think that the person who's causing the trouble in the family is going to keep doing it much longer.
Good deal.
Because this is, you know, it's dull, you know. I find that when people start making trouble for other people, they give up after a while, and then they try to go to make trouble for other people.
I don't think she knows that she can't follow through with me. I stand up to her.
Well, I'm glad I saw that here, because those are the two cards, the 5 and the 7 of Swords, are about people just causing problems, and when they come up together, it's not good. But you had the World card, which is a card of success. Here's the 4 of Rods, which indicates a happy home, and things will be good. I don't think that there's any real problem that you can't overcome here. I think you're on the ball with this.
Yes, I did pretty good.
Now,
I carry a lot of weight around on my shoulders.
And here is the Temperance card. The Temperance card is very good for this. That means balance is restored. So you'll work a way to find balance in the family. You'll take care of it. But it's good to know that it's just one person doing it, and it's not like system wide, you know. So, and you know who it is, so you'll be okay. Is there anything else you want to look at? I have a couple of minutes left.
Health. Yeah, how's the health?
Okay, well, thanks for calling in. You still with me?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you get any signs from any of my family members that's gone, you know, passed over? I think I'm being gave signs. I'm pretty sure I am.
I don't. Let me see. Oh, I could probably take a look at that. I don't have a few minutes left here. You're getting signs, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
find
this
diamonds a lot. And when I was younger, my mother told me she wished she had a dime for every time she told me to sit down and shut my mouth.
Gosh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Well, this is the time of year that these things start happening. I get stories from people all around. Let me just about that, because the veil is thinning. This is a good time to get out the Ouija board and start doing stuff with that if you know how to use it properly.
Right.
You know, this is it's not a toy. It's weird how it gets marketed as a toy, but it isn't. But it's not the horror that people say. So let's see if I can get anything. No, I'm not. I'm just getting cards of happiness and balance and joy. I guess everyone on the other side is fine. You know, it's a dull reading, right? Yeah, I'm not seeing any specific messages at all here. I got cards like the Judgment card and the Temperance card and the Sun. These are cards I usually get for this kind of reading, and they're all happy cards. So there you go.
Right.
I think we're set.
Always good. Always good.
Yeah, all's good, and I will light a candle later to send positive energy to you as you deal with the family problems, and I know you'll get them settled. Okay?
Oh, all right, great.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you.
Bye now. And hey, that's it. We've come to the end of another episode of Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. For some reason, the show that's been asking, how do you find a good cannoli around here? I don't know. This is I don't like chocolate covered cannolis. I like my cannolis just cannolised. I don't know. Why am I thinking of that? I don't know. possibly because I ate some sweet stuff before the show started. I chomped down half a pack of raspberry Pez. And after that, I want something real, But it's New York. I can probably get a cannoli any time of day or night, but I'm certainly not. I'm also inertia bound, and I'm so lazy. I'm so lazy, and I like to sleep, and I like to pretend that what I'm doing is out of body experience and meditation, but really I'm just sleeping. I've never been in a hurry. Anybody who knows me knows that I'm not in a hurry. This goes back to even as a kid in Boy Scout camp. If we were playing baseball, softball, if I was out there, obviously, of course, playing left field, and if somebody cracked the ball out over that way, if I judged that I wasn't able to really get it and do anything with it, I'd just let it go. I didn't care. One time I made a spectacular catch that ended the game and won it for our side. And all I was really doing was I saw the ball coming straight for my face. So I put my hands up in front and went right into the mitt. I was the hero, but I didn't know what I was doing. So that's my sports career, Boy Scouts. I mentioned the Boy Scouts briefly last week when I opened up my knife to open up the new tarot deck. That was an interesting experience being an urban Boy Scout. I'll tell you about that because our troop met in a thing that was called the Jewish Men's Health Club in the Ansonia Hotel on the Upper West Side of New York, which later on gained extreme notoriety when they kicked out the old Jewish men and turned it first. I don't know how to put this. First, they turned it into Plato's Retreat. That wasn't bad enough. And then what was the other place that it became? I don't remember. It was, the place where Bette Midler got famous. Not the Improv where she started, but there was that other one. It was somewhere between the Jewish Men's Health Club and Plato's Retreat. But yes, I learned how to eat lemons in the Jewish Men's Health Club, and that came in very handy when a group of musicians were annoying me in a restaurant one time, and I waited until a trumpet solo came up, and I stood right in front of the trumpet player, and I bit into a lemon, and that ruined his note. Oh boy, what can you do? So anyway, we got through the show, and we have nice, happy readings, and I want you to remember what I said at the beginning of the show about meditation. Please, please, please take a look at magic-works.com for the meditation page, because there's a lot of people out there trying the continental baths. That's what the one. That's it. That's where Barry Manilow and Bette Midler started, and that's where. And then it was Plato's Retreat, the notorious club. So you see how these things just pop back into your head. So look at the meditation page. Please look at my meditation page, because there's an awful lot of people out there trying to hurt you mentally and spiritually, and I want you to protect yourself. I really do. I want you to protect yourself as best as you can, and that's why I did it. And yes, I do charge money for these things, but no, the prices are not set in stone. So we can deal with it, okay? I never charge a lot for these things, but that's that. So until we can get together again next week, remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.